Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Sandy, PJ, etc. I'm going to hope that YouTube is good. I'll wait for Pepe, maybe let me know. Oh, good. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, we're good to go, both rooms. So, what's happening this morning? PPCB, I see, is the big star so far. PB is CB. Hey, guess what? Low float. Australia, okay, an Australian stock, low float. See if there's any news on this one. Trading higher after the company announced preclinical and early translational data for its lead candidate in its pancreatic ductal adrenocarcinoma. All right, well, that's good news. Let's hope something comes with this. I mean, I know it's just a little guy, but PBCB, the next high. See a lot of stocks like this, don't we? Huge moves. I don't know if that is a reverse split adjusted or not, but huge moves and then nothing for months. And then all of a sudden something happens, like a little press release comes out. So on a weekly chart, the next high is 679. So there is still room on a weekly chart. That's right, Ozzy. You better support your country. Well, let's see. Again, the next high in a weekly chart is 679. It's, the good news here, it's over the VWAP still. So, a lot of these little bios, they have that massive pop and then they drop and they're way below the VWAP, and that's where they remain for the rest of the day. But this guy, so far anyway, is still over the VWAP. A little bit of a downturn, but it's coming into the VWAP. So I will definitely thumbnail that one. All right, so I've got that one thumbnailed on my other monitor. I agree. I agree, Harry. I mean, it's one of the worst. All right, YMT. There was another one that was, there was the one, YAAF. See, this is what I'm talking about, probably. Okay, it's still hanging around a little bit, but you see what I mean. Is this a bio? This is not a bio. It doesn't look like it's a bio. Look at the volume. What do they do? Investment holding company. Okay. But you see the pop and then the drop underneath the VWAP. And then sometimes they just stay there for the rest of the day. So let's take a look at YMT. Is it done the same? Well, actually, it's moving right now. YMT is moving right now. Uh, okay. Now, if this is correct, I've got to go to the other website. Okay. I have to go to the other website because this could be the sort of the new record. Because that's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, they've got 530,000. I'm sorry. Yeah. 76,000 in the float, guys. They've got 80,000. So, I mean, that's a 70, maybe it's just a rounding. 76,000. Are you kidding me? 76,000 in the float. So that's the height of ridiculousness, isn't it? 76,000 shares in the float, and it's traded 1 million. Anyway, I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, let's take a look at NVDA. NVDA had earnings after hours. I think it was sort of a no, it's up. No, it's up now. Okay, I saw the after hours action was kind of up and down, but no, that's a great reaction. Great reaction. I mean, to be up 6% with 23 billion in the float, that is a massive reaction. That's the all-time high is up here, 236. That the all-time looks like that's the all-time high for Nvidia, 230, 237. So $14 away. So that's got to help the market a bit. Market's up, SPY's up a couple of points right now. Nothing massive, but now OKTA, I saw some news about it. Somebody's looking to buy them. Salesforce, was it Salesforce or Crowd? CRM? CRM, I think, had earnings. No, it was not Salesforce, but it was something. Salesforce had earnings, though. Another nice wow, big reaction. Not 20%, big float, 165 million. I know I got OKTA out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go to my phone. All right. So what did I read? Shoot, I don't know where I read it. Somebody. Oh, here we are. Palo Alto. Yeah, the CEO is eyeing buying Datadog and Okta. So DDOG and Okta. That's from the news I had. So it's not a done deal or anything like that. But so that's PANW looking to buy. So what's happening with PANW? See, if I just held Palo Alto for about 8 years, it would have been about a quadruple. This is when a long time ago. As you guys know, I'm not a big swing trader, and I think I held this for about a week, a long time ago. So yeah, so Palo Alto is on that. Well, I don't know if it's on that news, but can't hear me unless other people are saying the same thing. It's on your end. So if you can, so okay, I need to do a sound check. My mic is definitely on. The icon in the room is definitely on. Okay, so yeah, Burke, do a refresh. So Datadog, boy, some of these stocks, I mean, amazing the prices. I remember them when they weren't this high. Another big move, 300 million in the float, 4% move. So on that news at Palo Alto, looking to maybe buy them both, Datadog and also OKTA. Well, of course, Soxel is not a stock, but it's the sector. It's an ETF. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously up because of the. But Micron, yeah, Micron is. I mean, Micron's been a man. Look at the daily chart of Micron. I mean, this has been a wonderful intraday trader for a while now. And again, if you wanted to buy it, you could Instead of buying Micron, you could buy MUU. Okay, that's double the move. But look, it's fading right now. So I don't know what your question is. I mean, sure, watch them, but how I would be doing it is I'd be doing MUU, plenty of volume, spreads fine. Well, overall, I mean, every single one of them, right? I mean, it's the fact that NVIDIA had such a great release. It's certainly obviously helping all these chip companies. Let's look at SMH. Now, what I want to do, I want to go to new from the toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, all these same base channels, click on the show more. Let's go down to the sector status and see if maybe we'll find something there that is not appearing on my other scans. Now, the first thing is obviously SMH. Yeah, SMH leading the charge because of NVIDIA. Top sector right now. Bottom sector as we speak. Financials, I mean, not getting hit hard or anything, but you can tell there's the impact that NVIDIA has had. Now, DG, any volume for DG? Yeah, pretty good, 458,000. So here's Dollar General. Dollar General is an earnings play, up 7.8%. Okay. I'm just looking, and this is really bucking the trend in consumer staples. 91% of the stocks are down for the day, but DG really bucking the trend. And then, is there any catastrophic? Yeah, now isn't that interesting? Now I know DG and DLTR aren't exactly the same, but I mean this is Dollar Tree DLTR on earnings down 7%, and DG is up. Dollar General. I mean I don't know exactly the difference between the two of them. Okay, I think of them as one of these places that you go in and everything's, well, used to be anyway. Everything's a dollar. Maybe Dollar Tree is different, but anyway. So DL. I mean, it's interesting to me anyway. Two earnings plays. DLTR down 7%, and DG, another earnings play, up 7%. Well, they must have had, yeah, huge. So it is the same. It is obviously the same sector, but they must have had just, yeah, as you say, a completely different release. Interesting. So let's go to some of the look at the financials. 90% are down. Let's see if there's any horrible one. No, not really anything horrible. Consumer discretionary down. So, oh, Best Buy. Okay, guys. So Best Buy had earnings, and Best Buy not looking good. So does that make sense, William? They're both beat raises, and one is up 7% and one is down 7%. Same sector. I mean, it obviously maybe the raises weren't enough or the beats weren't enough, but wow. To me, that just is very interesting. Anyway, guys, there's Best Buy, and who the heck? Well, there's eBay. It's not an earnings. Okay, but Best Buy, yeah, Best Buy is getting hit a little bit here. All right, so let's keep going. See what I'm doing. All I'm doing, I'm just going to some of the major sectors, checking out to see what the top stock is, what the worst stock is, and here, look at technology. I mean, CR. Well, that's a Salesforce. So they had earnings. CRM had, and the tech stocks, NVIDIA, of course. NVIDIA is right here. Also, is there any bad one? I mean, TEL down 1.5% for whatever reason. So it looks like it's up. It looks like it's gone. Yeah, it's basically flat. Not Fox saying. Let's take a look. Is there anything healthcare? What's that? Agilent earnings play. AG is an earnings play. Sorry, A is an earnings play, and this is up on earnings, 4.7%. And Moderna, not down on earnings, of course, but Moderna, of course, has been a marvelous trader over the last while. So there's a little glimpse, guys, at some of the major sectors and some of the strong stocks and weak stocks in the major sectors. So Moderna actually has some news. They're sort of doing excuse me, a financing. Moderna falls after unveiling a $2 billion convertible debt plan. Okay. And follow, I mean, it's down 4%. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a pretty big move, but still, there's your real line in the sand is 128. That would be pretty cataclysmic if it got down there. Would pain me though to short Best Buy. I feel like I have friends over there. Well, there's the next low of 78.87. Is there a company ETF? Oh, Build a Bear. Oh, sorry, Build a Bear. Sorry, BBW. Okay, Build a Bear. I don't care about. So, excuse me. Yeah. So another earnings play. Yeah, maybe I'm still looking. We had one the other day. One of those ones that basically down all day. So maybe this one. So let's take a look at where it could go. If we look at a monthly chart now, next low on a monthly chart is 20 around 29.30. So yeah, there's about $3. There's about $3. Thank you, PJ. I know some people say, "Oh, I have terrible service at B," or they've had terrible service at Best Buy. It has never ever been my experience. Never. And you're right. They're usually they're fairly young, and they're brilliant because they know everything, and tech changes, and they're right on top of everything. And I like the guys at Geek Squad also. Well, you're lucky, William. Yes, I mean I'm okay. I'm okay. Gemini's helped me a lot on in-house support, but I have nothing but good things to say about Best Buy. So CELU guys, up 32%. It's through the 200-day moving average right now. Okay, CELU. Any news on this one? Cellularity and Ucell to establish a U.S. production of whatever this is, Dizawa Muse cells in New Jersey. I do not know what a Muse cell is. There you go, PJ. Give me a moment. Oops, sorry. No, sorry, I accidentally kicked my cat. Just give me a moment, guys. All right. So let's see. So there's the Okta BTC. What's Bitcoin doing today? Bitcoin's up about 900. Did it ever get up to 80,000? I know right now it's around 79,000. Maybe overnight it did, but did it ever get up to 80,000? I don't mean ever. I mean in this last run. All right. What does one erase? Mimi. Let's take a look at Mimi. Other low flow China stock guys, Mimi, MIMI, underneath the VWAP. Any news on this one? Cheaper earnings play, guys. LTRX is also an earnings play, hanging around the VWAP, over the 200-day moving average, but maybe some resistance showing up. Oh, it did hit 81K. Thanks. Wasn't sure. Really? Oh, there's a difference there, Poe. So even though you signed in quotes the waiver for SMA, well for them, they're still not allowing you to buy SMJF, or you have to actually phone in. I have not tried to trade this one at Interactive Broker, so I don't know if it's been available. Every time you do, I think of Smurfs, SMJF. Anybody watch Animal Kingdom? Well, that was a role of a lifetime, wasn't it, John? And William for what's the actress who played Smurf? What they called her Smurf. What a role! What a show that was. I mean, maybe too intense for some, but boy, what a role! All right, guys. So yeah, so this SMJF. Boy, what a run it's been on. Now, I know you've been talking about every single day, Poe, but wow, what a run it's been on. Only 12,000 shares right now. Amex stock. You are kind of kidding, right, William? Regarding Marlin. All right. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I'm talking about it was a show called Animal Kingdom. Poorly named because it's got nothing to do, well, nothing to do with animals like you're thinking. About 6 or 7 seasons, I think. All right, guys. Let's see. Yaz, this is that crazy. Not. That's not the crazy one. The crazy one is this. The YJ. You know what? I hopefully it's disappeared. The one that had like 50,000 in the float. Yeah, when I saw that this morning also, Grumpy. Yeah, when the buyout is not happening, or Wendy's. Wendy's take private deal is off for now. Oh, market's going to open. Well, 9:30 open in about 30 seconds. Okay, guys, let me get ready for this. Just reduce this, put this up here. Get ready for this open. Now, hopefully, yesterday we had some excellent ones in the trend reversals, especially the XPON. Keeping an eye on NetU. This is the ETF company ETF for Meta. Basically flat. All right, guys, we are open. Wow, look at Moderna popping off the financing news is they go down to 143 and then right up to 147. Monica, are you looking at this one? NCPL. This is right at the 200-day moving average. Cheap one, under a dollar. Starting to rip here, guys. There's the VWAP. There's the VWAP over the VWAP now, and that's the NCPL. Well, I see HPQ right there, William. HPQ is just an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. It was a beat raise. Well, this okay. So it has been. So what did it get down to? It got down to 26.74, and then it's right back up here. What was that one yesterday? The Plab. What is it doing today? That was an awful one yesterday. Really awful. Look how high it got. Up to 37.83. Might have been even higher in the pre-market. Look where it closed. $30. And it was an earnings play. I mean, it looked awesome in the pre-market. Okay, guys, PPCB coming back. Okay, PPCB is trying to come back here. Wow, you can see it leading this race. So PPCB coming back. The high in the pre-market looks like around 449. Is that the VWAP right now? Position in the previous day's range, 5,780%. Now there's your, I see what you're talking about, William, the NVDL. NVDL, so it's a way to play NVIDIA. Instead of buying the stock, you can buy this company ETF. Plenty of volume, spread's fine. It double the move. So if you thought NVIDIA was going to keep moving higher, you could buy this one, get double the move. So NVIDIA, the stock, is up 7%. This is up 14%. Ooh, there's the METU on the way down. Okay. Wow. METU on the way down. Again, the two-time bull for, so Meta, the stock, is down, call it 1.5%. This is down almost 3%. Interesting. Usually we have a lot of halts by now. NMTC just got halted. NMTC just got halted. This really did nothing in the pre-market. The market opened though and had the big pop. Pretty low float, 8.88 million in the float. Well, let's take a look. Where could it open? So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue window that I'm displaying here, time and sale, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's your halt price, 316. Trying to show you where it could open. No big clue, 317. So no big clue. Now another halt, guys. AMOD, AMOD. Halted on the way down. Okay, so here are some of the. Now, what is happening here? I forgot to. That's what happened. Okay. So these are potential shorts, guys, but they're, I'm not going to touch them. Okay, anything in yellow is a potential short, but I'm not going to touch. They're too cheap. Yeah, Netflix is pretty active right now, guys. NFLX pretty active. Let's see the next low looking left, 79.37. Okay, still hanging around the VWAP, guys. The PPCV hanging around the VWAP. My price alert is pretty far away, the high of the pre-market, but I should probably put one here too. This is the high of the day, not including the pre-market, and just see if it takes it out at some point. Here's a cheap one coming in the trend reversal back, the AK. Now, 187, it's got a little bit of room, not a ton of room, but it's got a little bit of room. You can see what happened yesterday, closed down at least 5%. And today it's up at least 1%. Of course, it's up at least 1%, and it's above yesterday's high. Those are the those are the filters I have in place for this. Not enough room for me, okay, for the fro. 43.81, 43.11 on a percentage basis, just not enough room for me. I mean, it may not stall there, but I don't think this thing is shortable for me. This WVVIP, yeah, it's not shortable. Okay, for the BBW, okay, terminated. All right, MSTX. This is a two-time long for MSTR. All right, this is something I may take. Just give me a moment. See how it's trading for 1403. Of course, basically it's a crypto play. Hello, Vito, in our YouTube room. This is basically a crypto play. It's at the VWAP right now. Crypto is. Let me take a look at IBIT. See what it's doing. IBIT is a little bit of a fade, little bit. But wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. There's the next high looking left. It's 1442. If I were going to take it, I should have taken it right now. Like I right around the 1408 mark because I think this could easily block it. All right. So the SMST is a potential short. What is the market doing? So the market is still okay. I'm just looking. I want to watch this one. This is the wow. This okay. So this is the short for MS. So that's why this is down. Okay, so these are this is the long, this is the short. Yeah, I just don't like the fact that this is up here. To me, it's just a little too close. Looking at a couple of our AI trade. Well, first of all, I wouldn't take it now, guys. 1820. The next high looking left is pretty close, and it doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, it's up to you, of course, but I'm looking at I'm looking at this CMBT from our AI. I enjoy doing that, Monica. There's the Mimi guys. We were talking about the Mimi a little bit earlier in the pre-market. So this is having a nice move now. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 344. Guess and I may be completely wrong about the MSTX. It may not stall there at all, but So Palantir is moving down here, guys. This is the short. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Palantir, the stock is moving up. Palantir, the stock must be up about not quite 3%. Okay. Again, this is one that if you thought Palantir, the stock was going to move down, you could buy this one. But this is the because this is the short for it. Okay. Well, the CMBT. This is from our AI guys. It has a little bit of room still. 1854. Okay, Rivian. This could be an interesting short, guys. It's coming right into a high around $17. It's been straight up, basically, RIVN. That's the whole number, 17. And even if it took it out, you've got a couple of highs right there at 17.15. Okay, so Rivian could be turning into a bit of a short opportunity, RIVN. Yeah, so that I was just talking about this NMTC. Now it just showed up here, and then the big drop. Let's see if it comes back up. WKSP. So this is the long version for the PTI or for Palantir, PTIR. Take a look at WKSP underneath the VWAP. So oh, it's another cheap one under a dollar. The only scan I've got that has stocks that are under a dollar, the upside versus downside movers. All right. Well, Tesla's having a decent day, I guess. This is the short for Tesla moving down. So Tesla, the stock must be up not quite 2%. See, this is what I don't understand, William. Look at this. Look at this. No, forget what I was going to say. No, I'm never mind. So here's the CYPH. CYPH is the next high is around 2. You know, if it takes that out on a monthly chart, the next high is around 367. And this is cypherpunk. You know, it's having a nice continuation day of earnings. Yesterday is ANF. ANF, okay, the high up here was 154. So it's it's basically just at the close, a little bit above the close of yesterday. So this could have this might have a run into the high of yesterday. So 149 to 145, 155. That wouldn't be a bad move. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but definitely not a bad second day continuation of earnings. This is this crazy one, YMT, with that crazy low float, 76,000 in the float. Ridiculous. Well, it's at the high of yesterday, and then the next high is up here at 5,517. I mean, anything could happen. It just got halted on the way up after the big plunge down. So here's the halt price, 340, and potential, no big clue again. Okay, gold. I don't know what is happening with. Let's take a look at gold. Just want to see what's happening to the sector. GLD. So the sector, yeah, it's a little bit negative. EQUX is a gold play, definitely more down more percentage wise. It's not an earnings play. So I'm seeing some pretty good whippage in the stocks that I have thumbnailed. Well, not seeing anything. How did that MSTX finally? Yeah, I mean that would have been a good one, no question. It's coming right into that high. It may just blast right through that. But I got definitely influenced by that high right there. I didn't like this one because I thought that high for Fro was too close, so I didn't want to take that. Ah, Cipher is on the move here, guys. So Cipher, CIFR, the 200-day moving average is right here, 1841, which is almost the high, the next high in the daily chart. So Cipher is on the move, CIFR. Well, this is what I'm talking about. I have this one thumbnailed because of yesterday. GRR, RR. Look at the whip. I mean, it was up six. It was down here at 1578. Well, I guess it's not as much as I thought, but this looks more dramatic based on the size of the bars. Well, I guess this was really the one. I think it's probably through. Yeah, it is getting through that. MSTX getting through that high right there. Almost a couple of daily candles. Yeah. So these are. This is another one. So for MSTR, this is another short. This one I O IONZ, as is the SMST. Oh, I know there are others, Marvin, but the MSCX is the one that showed up here, and it's a two timer also. Plenty of volume. It's a nice, not a bad company. Well, company looking at the lifetime range for box. It's near the all time high, relatively near. It's in the 87%. But is it going to fade now? Coming into that whole number of 35? So will this? Okay, this is coming right into maybe some resistance, guys. This is the ASST 2342. That is that red line. That is the next high. If I backed out this daily chart enough, I would see a daily high. It looks like. Oh, is it all the way back here? Back in January of this year, maybe. So will that stall it? Definitely shares available for me to short. Crypto play, and crypto is well, I bet has rebounded a little bit now off the lows here through the VWAP now. Where are you? Yeah, you miserable. Okay, per is on the move here, guys. PURR. This one I had a little loss on it. I think it was 3 days ago. This is an all-time high for PURR. Great volume, big float. That's what surprised me about it. I thought it would be a little more stable with that float. Well, Steve is going to be happy today. Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas. He'll be probably taking over. I think today's Thursday, right? Yeah. So he'll be more than likely taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern. And he's been yeah, he's been holding this for a long time. I think this XRP, one of the coins. So it's been a little bit choppy, the last little while, but nonetheless. So I know it's showing up here at 37.89. All right, next high is 40.79. So there's room. What's the spread like? 37.93, 38.03. Not bad. Problem is for me, the volume is not great. 152,000 shares, and that's it. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Destroyed. Well, destroyed, but I mean that's a big. So there's Micron. So if you thought Micron was going to continue down, you could buy this one, Mud, and it's got plenty of volume. Spread is a penny. Can't get better than that. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying if you thought Micron was going to continue down, Okay, guys, ANF is at 150 now. ANF, earnings spike from yesterday, it's at 150 right now. Whoa, and IBIT is moving higher. I'm just waiting to see when Bitcoin gets to 80K again. Well, I was certainly wrong about this one, the MSTX. It didn't stall at all. Wow, look at that. Talked myself out of it though. 1407, $15 now. Just talked myself out of it because of these highs that were, I thought, too close. But of course, with Bitcoin doing what it's doing today again. All right, what's this one? Deep Sea Freight Transportation, BWLP. This isn't, no, it's not. It's an earnings play tomorrow, okay, out of Singapore. BWLP. So it's showing up here in the trend reversal, 24.29. So it's a little bit below that. It is, excuse me, trying to hold on to the VWAP. Pretty good. It's at 92% in the lifetime range. The way you guys were talking, I thought NVIDIA had really kind of collapsed also, but no. So it's, oh, William, I should have looked at this one. This is one of my favorite stocks, Hurl, a food company. Okay, 2171. You know what? Through the 200-day moving average, earnings play moving down. The next low looking left on a monthly chart is way down there at 1956. On a weekly chart, 2082. All right, it's chase mode right now, but maybe this is one of those ones that'll just move down all day. Had a couple little pop ups, but other than that, a little bit late to the party, but we'll see. You sit down a little bit more. Okay, now here's a super cheap one, SDEV. Would I take it? No, but maybe. Okay. If it so the next high looking left on SDEV is 105. So I'm certainly not going to take it now, but if it can get through that, the next highs are up here, which would be a decent percentage move. Ah, well, again, I talked myself out of this one too because of the volume was so bad. But here's the XRPT. Anything crypto, guys. Again, I've seen crypto now is up about 1,200, almost at 80,000, 79.6. So this is some kind of okay stable coin, right? Okay, so yeah, okay. I don't know what they do now, stable coin development, but they've obviously changed. They can't be doing this still. Scientifically created and clinically proven eye care and skin care can't be not with that name, right? Me neither, Poe. I know you meant to say crypto. Well, it is 10:05, so time to go over my page, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Is it really though? I mean, Sky TV, really? I'm just looking. I mean, it looks like they might have changed it. I mean, stablecoin. I know it says pharma, but anyway, on my homepage, this is what you're going to see right at the very top. How you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So we've got two promo codes going. 28. You can get 28% off. And please listen carefully. 28% off the first month only, or the entire year of our premium service. Okay. So 28% off the first month only or the entire year for our premium service. If you want to take out our standard plan, you can get 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of our standard service. Okay. So unless you really know you want the premium service, especially the annual one, you better know the program a little bit more. Okay. But you can get 28% off. Well, I ask, you see, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? The company monitors the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these two trading rooms free. I am moderating two rooms. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room right here. Way more action in this room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now, wondering what I'm talking about, you want more action, interaction amongst traders. If you're looking for a room that's open in the pre-market, also this is open around 7 o'clock. I don't know what time William opened it today. Let me do a fast check. Look around seven. Look, yeah, around 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock Eastern time. So if you want interaction with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. I don't open it at that time. William does. Better time zone than me. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, so a little too early for me to do it. So thank you, William, for doing that. And also, I tend to leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but after I leave, William is tending to keep the room open after I leave, say around 3 o'clock. I'll find out what he wants to do today. Okay. If you keep scrolling down and you click on my homepage link at the bottom here, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Just looking at the Ryet now, a R-Y-E-T. Before I keep going, let me see if there's any room for this one and what does it do. Pretty low float. You can see there's the next high. So that's too close. It doesn't look good to me. On a monthly chart, 116, if it takes that out, it's got a ton of room in a monthly chart. And on a weekly chart. So looks like, okay, guys, it looks like 118 could be a very interesting level for it to try to break. Okay, look at the weekly chart, because if it does break that, then the next high is up here around 2. And that's for the RYET. So that's what I would do, put a price alert there and see if it gets there, number one, okay, for the RYET. So again, getting back to the trade of the week, oops, it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, last, if you're looking for my scans, nope, sorry, first we got to go to the education section. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll a little bit, go to the education section. Because if you're taking out a subscription now, this is mandatory. You do this first, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with that second video, go to the end, gives you an idea about what the company, what the program can do. It may or may not be what you want. So before you take out any sort of subscription, do yourself a favor and do this, okay? You can always take out a monthly subscription. If you don't like it, even after 1 month, you could just unsubscribe. Okay? Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And I did just see, yes, it's a nice little, I saw the HRL just put in a low here. So that's good for me. Last, if you're looking for my scans, if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down the middle section, here they are. Scans and races. So right here, this is a large cap race. I don't have it displayed, but this is the race you see. This is a volatile race right here. This one right here. Let me just get rid of this. This is the upside versus downside movers is right here. Okay, right here. This is the daily trend reversals right here. This is what you would see. Now, I made an adjustment to what you get off my home page. I adjusted it down to a minimum of $1 from $2. You don't have to do the same thing. So if you got mine and you're saying, well, I'm not getting BAK, I'm not getting RYET or SDEP, that's because off my home page I put the minimum price at 2. You don't have to do the same thing. But there it is. And this is just the don't repeat version of it. So I can go back and take a look at the alerts and see the time and the price and see what happened from there. False resumes is down here. Not active today. Usually this is jam-packed already. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. And I do have these other scans that I don't have up and running right now, but you can certainly take a look at them. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms, okay? So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. I can't answer immediately because I might be in a trade or something that requires my undivided attention, I'll tell you. Or if I'm doing something else. So yeah, so the HRL, I'm in this, I wish I were in a little earlier, but let's see how far I can ride this down. Look at the wave, no reason to get out of the trade. You know, just follow, even on a 2 minute, it hasn't been very choppy. Just following the wave right now. Thank you, William, for bringing that to my attention. I did not know that was an earnings play. I'm looking now. I can see it is an earnings play, but I didn't see it really in the pre-market. Didn't really do much in the pre-market. And it still has some room if you look at a weekly chart. The weekly chart low is 2079, so not quite $1 to that low. So we'll see what happens. Now, if it gets close to 21, almost for sure I'll take some off. Well, so their adjusted EPS rose 6% despite 2% organic sales decline from divestitures and consumer pressure. Raised their guidance. So they raised their guidance, representing 6 to 10% growth. So I guess you really gotta dive into this because market's not liking it. But we're liking it if you're short. Well, the nukes are still actually the nukes had an interesting day yesterday. Well, at least SMR did. Got up to 1026, but closed down here at 924. But having another decent day above yesterday's close. You know, William, I know you said you didn't like the volume or something with the BBW, but boy, this would have been another pretty good one on the short side. Just sort of following that wave down on the 2 minute chart. All right, so still nothing really shaking with the SDAV until it takes out that 104, 105. Okay, now what? This is a microsector's FANG, 3 times leverage. Wow, three time leisure leveraged. Ah, I see now why you're saying bad, Lucy. I wonder if they're doing a financing. That's almost like a financing news. Yeah, this is almost like financing news, guys. I don't see it on my IB headlines yet, but a move like that typically, I mean, there's got to be a reason. But if your news has financing for Lucy, William, well, PPCB didn't do anything. Boy, this is just a beauty now. Look at it on even on a 2 minute chart for the hurl. It's a beauty. On a 2 minute chart, hardly any penetration into the wave. KXIN just okay, volatility on the way down. Okay, another one of these China stocks. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. Okay, now that we're about 45 minutes into the after the 9:30 open. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to Channel Bar. Okay, Dock to Channel Bar. Do not click on Channel Bar. Dock to Channel Bar. Why not clicking on it? Because if you click on any of the channels in that and the other one, your layout will disappear. That is why you use the docked channel bar. I'm going to scroll down to sector status. Notice when I click on any, I can click on any channel here, and my layout is still, you can see it just underneath, still there. So there's technology and there's SMH leading the charge still, okay? And at the bottom here, XRT, retail. Let's see if there's anything interesting happening now. There's the DG. So when we last looked, DG was up 7%, so it's still pretty good. And how about the DLTR? It was down 7%. Well, there's a didn't see this. Now, actually, DLTR must have, yeah, that really recovered. That was a nice bounce because when we looked at it in the pre-market, it was down 7%. So DLTR still down, but it's only down 1.6%. But leading the charge down is still Hurl. Let's take a look at other, see if there's anything else happening here. Communications is not doing well. Usually there's Netflix and Charter. Wow, look at, wow, CRM, 20% move. That's huge. I mean, 793 million in the float and Salesforce with a 20% move. That is massive. In Palo Alto with that news, it's not an earnings play, that they're looking to buy OKLA and Datadog, DDOG. Okay, guys, I have taken some of the HRL off as it got above the 2150 mark again. I want to hold on, see if this is just a momentary blip up. Unfortunately, I got in quite late. Otherwise, this little move up wouldn't bother me at all. But you probably meant HTL. Okay. Are you talking HTL or HRL? Okay. Okay. Where's the T on the? Okay, the T is beside the R. Okay, so I'll give you a pass on that. So anyway, that is. Let's take a look at anything else going crazy. Yeah, I mean, the CRM and now is that another earnings play? Is now an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Just part of the tech sector, though, that's doing very well so far. Western Digital, worst right now. WDC is the worst one. Uh, Completely talked myself out of this one just because of the, well, I mean, the volume was not great, but in this case, it just didn't matter. The XRPT just should have, because crypto was so strong today, as another strong day. And you just see it right here over and over again. And there's XRP right here. How much is that one? It's interesting. It's interesting that The two time is more expensive. All right, let's see if that HRL, and it got a little bit above the 2150 mark, but it is, see how the wave, I want to see on a 1 minute chart, did it even have a glimmer of blue? The answer is no. Maybe. Yeah, so these two real cheap ones just don't appear to, well, there's the SDAV. I mean, there is the high right there, 105. It's not really, I mean, it's five times normal, the volume, but it's, it's not moving that much. Hey guys, look at Mara. So the miners, it's sort of an interesting type of a trade because the miners were really getting beat up. The Riot, Mara, when Bitcoin was still surging higher. But as people have pointed out to me repeatedly, they're really not mining. It's more about data centers, I guess. That's a three tapper. You guys are easily impressed. We're easily amused. I guess that's a better way to phrase it. No, just the thermos. I just got a thermos. Well, it's two cups, two small cups of coffee. Oh, I am. I am PJ. I just don't want to splatter my mic. Boy, William, look at this. I mean, the BBW. That probably was. I'm not saying it was better than Hurl, but not quite as you can see sort of penetrations of the wave. The Hurl looks like, yeah, you might be right about a bounce. Come on, YouTubers, wake up. No postings. Oh, guys. Okay, Toast. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. TOST, not an earnings play. Where's the next low looking left? It's almost right there. So maybe a 35, the 35 area may give us a bit of a bounce for TOST. I agree, Sandy. I listened to it myself, obviously. I'm right here. I think it's a nice sound. All right. Was this shortable for me? It was. And the answer is good. It was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay. Well, we got one person who's alive and kicking in YouTube. Hello, Balagan. There's another one under a dollar, Monica. I don't know if you're looking at this one. AKBA, AKBA, next high here. Wow, I mean, you can see if it can take out a dollar, 101, that might get it going. The 200-day moving average is up here, 131. It's a big float for a $1 stock. That's the problem. It can take a bunch to move it. You know, the Halts resumes is pretty quiet today. Usually, this is just usually by even 9:40. You know, we get a lot of stocks that get halted in the first 10 minutes of the day, or the same stock gets halted many times. And you know, this one has been halted four times. YMT, this is the one, the crazy low float. Yeah, the 76,000 in the float. Okay, Nat. This a shipper of some sort, maybe a tanker? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, Nat. It's an earnings play coming up on the 31st. So again, for me, there is no. It's not enough room. No, we do not have. We do not have. The question is, do we have level two? We do not have level two. I mean, I know you know your broker has level two. You know, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, and there's a level two right there. So we do not have level two. No, my broker is Interactive. Well, all brokers have level two. If that's my broker, I'm just showing you Interactive Brokers. So how does it trade? How does it work? Okay, so there's two ways to look at it. Okay, you don't have to use if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, or do you even know? First of all, how new are you to trade ideas? AW, I'll just call you AW. Okay, how new are you to trade ideas? I haven't seen you post before, so with trade ideas. Okay, so we've got two ways of connecting. So if you look at my toolbar, and I'm going to click on tools, and then external linking. Okay, external linking. When I click on that, you can see I am connected to Interactive Brokers. I'm connected to Interactive Brokers. So what does that mean? That means that when I click on a symbol, when I click on say CELU, it is loaded into my order entry automatically into Interactive Brokers. Okay. Because I think people get the wrong idea that they have to be using if you're, but if okay, and you can do that with TradeStation. let me just ask the question because there might be, I don't know. So that is one way of connecting, okay, with TradeStation. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. So let me see if there's now even a rule for TradeStation. Just give me a moment, okay? I'm going to take this off screen just for a second, okay? I want to. Yes, there is a rule for. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You see, there's a rule here for a TradeStation, okay? So what you do is you go through this exercise, add a link, okay? Add a link, or yeah, add a link, and then you see where it says with the window active. So you take your pointer. More than likely, what you're going, what you yeah, what you do more than likely is to put it into your order entry into a TradeStation, okay? And then you hold down the shift key and that'll select the window. And then the only other thing you have to do is grayed out for me right now is you go to the rule and hit the down arrow and then TradeStation is one of the selections. Okay. And then you just say, okay. And then you're connected to TradeStation. Does that make sense? If it didn't make sense, then I'll tell you Razorback how to do it with IB. Okay. So again, you start off, add a link, follow these instructions. More than likely, you take your pointer, put it in your order entry into TradeStation, click the shift key, and then that'll start the selection process. And then go to the rule, hit the down arrow, and then select TradeStation, and then say OK. Now you're connected. Okay. And with interactive brokers, it's the same sort of thing. You add your link, you click on Add Link, you go to Order Entry in Interactive Brokers, and then the rule. There's a rule. Well, here, that rule is grayed out for me right now, but you would just hit the down arrow and select IB Live. Okay. Oh, you got it. Okay. Now, so I mean, if you're like me, I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long. It'd be a real pain. So that's what the external linking tool does. And we link with many brokers, okay, in that fashion. Thinkorswim, Schwab, well, they're all kind of the same. Trade ideas. I think people get the wrong idea about trade ideas. We are a scanner first and foremost, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is. I mean, we're not, but we just have this nice tool that if you're sort of an active trader, that you can link to your broker so you don't have to so you have to type symbols in all day long. Yeah, I was just in it too late. It was okay for me, but I was just in it a little too late. But let's see what happens at the VWAP. There's the VWAP right here for Hurl. But even if I had been in it up here, yeah, there's no question I would have taken some off here, but probably not all. Probably not all. But if I'd been in it up here around the 23 mark, I would have definitely taken some off here. But, there's just a little glimmer of blue now in the wave, in the TI wave, just a little glimmer. I know it's probably very hard for you guys to see on my 2 minute chart, but there, I can see the starting of a two of the blue, which means the trend is starting to change. I mean, it's obvious it's starting to change, but I'm looking at this BBW, William, and with a break of 30, out of a little bit of consolidation, the next low on the weekly chart is 29.25. A little bit of room. Ah, couldn't get the fill I wanted. Yeah, I couldn't get the fill I wanted. I was trying to get it at 85, and but it's starting to run away from me now. Plenty of shares available, so that wasn't the issue. It was just that I was getting picky because I'm a little bit late here, and so but I thought this nice little break out of here underneath the whole number has room. I don't have it as a code M, Brawley. I just have it as a normal volatility halt. It got halted at 10:14. Yes, you're right. It's more than a 5 minute halt. I don't have it as that code M as you're talking about, but pretty ugly. You should be glad they didn't let you trade it. You should call your if you should call the guys at who was it Schwab or Thinkorswim? Oh, who didn't let you trade it? Or you had to phone in. I know you didn't do it, but you can thank them that they didn't allow you to trade it. Right? Fair is fair. Because you could not have got out of this, I don't think. I think that was look at it on a 1 minute chart. That was a 1 minute, like even probably within 1 minute, like just a crash. And there's no inkling that was going to happen. It was just kind of cruising around, right here. But you know what? This is one of those. This is a Singapore stock, right? We've seen this. We've seen this before with these China and Singapore stocks that are been on fantastic runs, and then all of a sudden, one day out of nowhere, boom, intraday. Well, maybe it's a good thing I couldn't get the BBW, but I'm going to keep looking at it now. Now that it's had a little bit of a pop up, but I don't think you could have got out of that. Oh, I don't think you would have been able to get out of that. I mean, Monica, you and your 10-second chart. Why don't you why don't you bring up SML8 or SMLJ and just see how fast that went down? I'm kidding, right, Monica? You don't have to. I'm not, but I would be interested to see how fast that went down, even on a 10-second chart. All right, guys. Well, it's been an interesting day. Okay, Archon. How about Archon? Is this going to give me something? Archon. Another one of these ones with massive moves. Again, this was probably it might have got up to 100. I'm looking to see if it was a reverse split adjusted with that sort of a float, but I sort of remember this one. I mean, no, not like a nonsensical move with one of these China stocks. And but let's take a look at it now. The weekly high, yeah, $109. Let's see the daily high if I can find something. There's a high of 190. There's a high of 324. So, yeah, there you go. So, Monica, you could not have got out of it. Or Monica, I mean, Paul, you could not have got out of it. Certainly, depending how many shares you had. That move was 5 seconds, within 5 seconds. But even if you had a stop, Monica, could have blown right. Well, you might have got some, depending how many shares you had. It might have blown right through your stop. So let's say you had, 1,000 shares, you might have got out 100. What was the other one? I think you said there were two stocks that they were preventing you from to buy. Yeah, but in this case, Larry, he's done that. But in this particular case with the SM, they actually said no. I think he said there was another stock. Oh, it was only this one. Okay. And they were very prescient. You should be very happy they did that to you. Isn't that interesting though? It's almost like they knew. Okay, guys, that 190 is that next high in a daily chart. Hard to see, but yesterday's high was 190, and but the day before that it was 324. So will this get rolling? But be very careful. 950,000 in the float. Now, Larry, I almost typed that in as a stock. Oh, I see. I almost typed it. Well, I'll do it anyway, just for fun. But I know what you mean. Well, thank you, IB, for not filling me on the BBW. Now it's had a nice pop. So here's another XRP ETF. It is, you don't know what the percentage is. Doesn't tell me what it is. Maybe just a one for one. Well, we can tell. This is up 6%. What's XRP up? The answer is yeah. So that's just a one for one. So there's really, I mean, there's no super advantage. XRP it's a little cheaper, half the price, but not a massive advantage. But look at I mean, crypto still 80. Wow, it's 80,000 now too. Crypto is now, or Bitcoin is now 80,000. Wow, I missed the boat on this. 226 on the BTCT and at 244 now, but it pulled right back. Macy's? Oh, one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. You were talking about somebody, was that you bringing it up at the beginning, USDE? I didn't see it anywhere. Didn't see it here. Usually that sort of a stock will show up here. Yeah. Oh, the stable coin. Right. The stable coin. See, this is what I don't understand. This is stable coin X. And then the other one is stable coin development corporation. So I don't know. I don't know what the link is, if there is any between those two. Well, I guess the test today for Bitcoin, can it hold 80,000 today? Can it hold it? Yeah, there's the sell you. Saw this in the pre-market. Oh man, what a wow! That move off a dollar, awesome. That was the one. I mean, that's probably the biggest percentage move that we've seen. That's 100%. I know it's on 140, but I mean, I'm talking about from that off that dollar. Where could it go? The answer, I've got to stop these random thoughts coming into my head. The answer lays blowing in the wind. 218 is the next high in a monthly chart. That could be one of the all dayers, Poe. For that one. All right. For whatever reason, my little drawing tool has decided to mess around. So give me a moment. My Epic pen. And what I mean by that is, for whatever reason, every now it just lifts these things off. I like to have a little more screen space, and then I have to reload it again. Usually, I only have to do it one time. You can see what happened. See how it just dropped as I reloaded it. That to me is one of the more bizarre things. But I guess if that's the worst thing, that's not the worst. I don't have too many problems in terms of the computer. Well, Paul, especially a stock like this, because this would have been my morning, okay? Because we've seen this with the other one, with some of the other. Oh, well, let me get it wrong. The symbol. Any little China stock that has done something like this, gone from $5 up to 11s very steadily. Looks like there's no problem, no problem, no problem. We've seen this on some of the other China stocks that have had multi-day runs like this, rather orderly. Some of them all the way up to about 40, and then some intraday action happens and they just collapse. That's what I would have been worried about, looking at this. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen for sure. All right, what's this one? BTOG. Do I have it? This has got to be a Bitcoin. Oh no, yeah, it's a Bitcoin play. Okay, BTOG volume came in. BTOG popped through that high, but again, I'm looking here. I don't like that. I just don't like the fact there's a high right there. If it broke through that, then it would be up pretty. If the next high on that daily chart had been up here 439, I'd probably be all over this. But the next high is 387. Okay, BBW may be setting up for me again. BBW on a short, it had the pop up. Okay, a little pop up, but now the resumption down. It's just underneath that whole number of 30. I'm going to put a price alert right around here. Maybe down around 29.83 to see if it, really well, really clears 30 again. It does require, let me see, it does require a custom formula, Kishore. Okay. You can do it on a percentage basis, but if you want to have the actual number, but it does require unless they've added it, I don't think they have. Let me just see. I doubt if they've added it as a, Yeah, these are all percentages, okay? So, I mean, if you're looking for the actual number, in other words, it has to trade like 50,000 shares or something in the within the last minute, it would require a custom formula. Have you ever written one before? I'd love for you to say yes. Oh, good. All right. It's pretty simple then. It's very, very simple. Let me dig it up. Okay, just give me a moment. I just got to dig it up. Ah. Well, I can tell you exactly what the code is, okay? For whatever reason, I can't find it, but it is this V underscore one, okay? That would be for 1 minute, okay? V underscore five, that would be for 5 minutes, okay? So you can add that for, and then you can put your minimum, say if you want the minimum 50,000 shares in 1 minute, or I think we have a 15 also. So it depends on the, so if you know how to write a custom formula, you just put that in the source box, okay? And then you got to, then, it creates the min and the max for you. And the good thing is it doesn't take a minute. It doesn't show you after 1 minute. So in other words, if you said you want it to be 50,000 shares in a minute, if that happened in 10 seconds, you'll get, it'll it's a filter. Remember, it's not an alert. It's a filter. So it doesn't require, that's what I'm saying, is it doesn't require for the 1 minute candle to close or the 5 minute candle to close. If it happens within 1 minute, the filter will pick that up. Okay, no, unfortunately, you cannot alert like the top list. You cannot really do what you're trying to do with a top list window, the pre-market access, because it's a. Let me just see or show you what I'm talking about. You see, here's the time, okay, 11:02, and it. I mean, if you, it'd be way too complicated to try to do it. The alert windows can show you the time, okay. I mean that's what I use here. So I mean, you could use there are some scans that you can use in the pre-market, but you can see this is not really timestamp. This is just updating every 30 seconds. Okay, it's not really a timestamp here. You notice here, whereas here you've got a time. Okay, but that's an alert window. So I mean, why is it important? I mean, it's okay if it's important, fine. But just trying to figure out why is it important to know when it happened. The alert window, or sorry, the top list window is more for ranking. Yes, you can take the this is the top list again. That generates the stocks that are here, okay, in this race. But the top list window, and it can still be used like this. It's more for ranking. Show me the stocks that are up the most. It doesn't matter what time it happened. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay. So as long as you have the column header, which I do, change from the close of yesterday. So I can rank the stocks that are up the most today based on the filters I've got. I mean, there could be some stocks that are up way more than 172%, but there might be like the stocks that are way under a dollar. So I'm looking at this. If the price is between 1 and 50, stock has to be traded at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, then it's going to show up in this top list window. From there, I can do some sorting. So I can say, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most. Give me one moment. I'm being stubborn here, guys, trying to get this short at price I want. Oh, you're right. It is V up. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. It is V up. I can't believe Pepe didn't crawl all over me on that one. It's V up one. You're right. I forgot the up. Did you use our AI assistant to do it? So sorry. That's crazy. I haven't written a custom. I have about 100 of them, but I haven't written one in years. Where was I? Where was I going with all this? Oh, right. So here's the top list. So as long as you have a column header, the column header, you can sort on it. So that O percent is the change from the opening trade of the day. CELU, it's up 116% from its opening trade of the day. If I want to see the stocks right at the high of the day, I sort on that little daily range, the position in the day's range. That is what that is. Okay. I can see the stocks that are right at the high of the day. Stocks that are above yesterday's high, probably going to see most of them are going to be above that. But the bottom here I can sort on the relative volume and see the stocks that have the biggest relative volume, 32,000 or 3,200 for CELU. So the bottom line is this. That's what a top list is used for typically. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up or down. Yes. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. As I was talking, I got my fill. Yay. I got my fill on BBW. I was stubborn. Just give me a moment. I may have to. Yes, I'm the luckiest man you know, or person you know. While I was doing all that, I had my short in at 29.86 in that level, and it didn't look like I was going to get a fill. It was, I think it was like 29.82, 29.86 on the bid ask, and in fact, I was going to get rid of it. And just before, in fact, I thought I did, but it killed me. So yes, I'm the luckiest man you know. My little leprechaun on my right shoulder and left shoulder. Oh man. Anyway, so show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you have a column header, that's how you can use a top list still. Show me the stocks that are down the most in 10 minutes. Things like that. Okay. So that's what a top list does. So it's not so much time dependent. It's just ranking stocks for you. You just double left click and it sorts. But an alert window, of course, is timestamped. That's why I have the DR here. Don't repeat. Because I do want to see the first time of the alert. And I can go back. I have my time. I have my price. And then I can go back and say, well, what happened from that? Yeah, keep the questions coming, because these are good questions. Others may have the same question, and whatever reason, too shy to ask. Wow, BBW, thank you, thank you. Now it's getting close to what I think could be some support, right? 29, 29, 32. So I think what I'm going to do now is just take some off. Okay, covered some of this because this 29.32 could be a bit of a roadblock. What did it get to? It looked like it almost got there. 29.42. Yeah, 29.42 is the low today. And that low right over here is 29.35. So that could, block it for a while, moving down. This is not that I've done a lot of trades, but this has been a very fast day for me. 11:11 already. It was around the 29.86. Yeah, the 29.86 area, Faith. The bid ask was like 29.82, 29.86, and I had my order in to short at 29.86, and it didn't look like it was going to move. And so I literally had gone up into, well, you know what I'm talking about. I'd gone up into the orders where I had it, and I had right clicked, and I'm sure I hit cancel, but just before it filled me. Literally, it had to be like a microsecond before. Now again, because of this low right there, that could stall for a while, or it could stall for the day. It could be it for the day, but maybe not. I mean, the trend is still down. Remember now, you too can use the wave. Okay, it's part of our standard service. I just find it a wonderful visual aid to help you keeping into a trade. And it's just part of the standard service. You can add the wave to your charts if you want. Well, I mean, you would think it could bounce right there, will you? Because that's that low, 29.35, 29.35, and it got to 29.36. So if your system is looking at the next low on a weekly chart somehow, yeah, that would make sense. That's what we've been talking about. But I'm going to hold on to see if we can take that out. I've already taken some off, so I'm not too concerned, but well, according to our stats anyway, it's 200, it's 2.2 times its average range. The average range is 1.91. That's what we have anyway. I know you say yours can be different. So it is 2.2 times its average range today. Which remember, does that make sense? I mean, it's down $9. Oh yeah, okay. Right, it's down $9. Right, I got mixed up here, but yeah, I mean the high today is 33.67, and the low. Oh yeah, come on. Oh, it broke it. It broke it. It for a while anyway. It broke that low. Yeah. So if you took 33.75, subtracted 29.14 from it, that would be 2.3 times $1.91, according to our stats. Come on, because now I have to look at the monthly chart is not going to help me. 29.35. So let's back this out on a monthly chart. 29.32s. I've got to go back to August of so 2 years ago. I've got to go back 2 years to see the next low, which is about 23.43. So is that common, William, for the AT, like the way it's calculated? Because I know you're getting a different ATR. I know we always seem to have a difference here. This is what I've been looking for. Well, I mean, it wasn't as smooth as I would have liked, but the all day short, the all day short. I mean, the hurl, I almost got back into it, but I didn't. But that was beautiful. A move down. I just was too late on it. Well, that's what this is doing, right? I mean, the today's range, for instance, for HRL, it's 4 times, it's 4.2 times its average, what we have anyway, as its average true range. But the difference is that your average true range doesn't correspond to what we have for average true range. Okay. Well, it's 11:18, guys. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez more than likely is taking over for me in our YouTube room. Following the wave, guys. BBW, just following the wave. Okay. There's yeah, a little bit of a turn here, but not much. And it's still the wave is still orange. BBW, Razorback, Texan, 65. I was talking about this one earlier. I tried to short it right in this area up here. This on the 10-minute chart. Didn't get a fill. Then I was happy I didn't. And then, but then I noticed that it broke down through the 30 again. And I said, well, guys, I'm looking to short this one again, or not again. I didn't get it the first time. And I was saying, I'm literally, I was talking, I was saying, I'm being stubborn trying to get it at the 29.86. Was bid asked 29.82, 29.86. And I didn't think I was going to get it. So I put in my cancel. And only second before they filled me. And then all of a sudden it dropped 20 cents. Now, of course, so I'm just waiting to see if it can get down closer to the 29 level. Well, that was definitely insanely lucky. Hmm. What's the Archon doing? Okay, I want to make sure I'm not going to miss out on this. If it, yeah, it's still hanging around the 190 mark. Oh, I'm just riding the TI wave on it. That's all I'm doing. Oops. What is going on? I swear I'm typing in BBW and it's. See, I mean, here's the challenge right now, trying to break through that whole number. I think PMI is one I cannot trade. Oh, I think that's what Monica said yesterday, and I sort of remember this one now. Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to trade it at IB, and they don't, they don't care when I say that. You can't phone them and say, I'll sign a waiver. They won't do that. Interactive Brokers has been very steadfast in not allowing that, even though other brokerages like Thinkorswim and Schwab, etc., allow it. But TradeStation doesn't allow it either. I always think of TradeStation being a big broker, but maybe they're obviously in fact bigger. Well, of course, Thinkorswim. I'm sure they were bigger than Thinkorswim, but not since I guess Schwab bought them. And many years ago, we used to be able to have TradeStation in Canada. You had to take out an e-mini account though, and then they would allow you to trade stocks. And then after a couple of years, they said, sorry, we're not going to allow you to do that anymore. Yeah, it's a big rope. I mean, it's a big, and they had beautiful charts, and they're, I mean, very good. They had a way. They had what was that called? They have I'm sure it's way different. I mean, this is back in the mid 2000s. I think I had it, but they had their own programming language. Easy language, yeah, easy language. They called it the radar alerts or something like that. My guess is that they've my guess, I don't know. Anybody with TradeStation now? My guess is that they probably allow you to do something like what we do with Trade Ideas. In other words, create your own scans without having to know a programming language. Also, which surprised me if they don't. Well, the moment of truth, guys. Well, here's play. Is this an earnings play? Also, no pun intended, but no, it is not. Oh, Dave and Buster's, almost a lifetime low. Like this, I just don't understand why these companies still exist. Like, who goes to these? Is this just for kids? Like parties and well, they have alcoholic beverages too. But oh, okay, I did not know that. I thought it was more for for kids parties and all. Okay, yeah, Barry. Barry with a Y. Where the heck have you been? Yeah, the old dial-ups in the late '90s, I guess. With your internet, with your ISP, they had to mail you the floppy also. It's crazy when I think about it. Yes, BBW. Thank you. Every time I see BBW here, is good for me. I actually had an Apple IIe, if you can believe it, and we had this real estate program, only 35 discs, but it was still better than doing everything by hand. The Sydney Real Estate Program, it was called. Yeah, man. Pepe, if you're, don't be drinking a coffee or anything right now. But if you can believe it, I was able to fix computers in those days. Anyway, okay, so we're at 29 right now. I needed to really take out if it gets up to say 29.10, I'll probably take most off. I taught also. Yes, I did. Taught DOS, Word, Lotus one, two, three, Multiplan. That was one of the first spreadsheet type programs. Yeah, man, brings me back. Well, I know, getting way off topic. The interesting thing, I had no idea if I could do it. The company I was working for, we were selling computers, and he said, "Why don't you, if you think you're capable, we'll set up a learning center." And I had no idea. But then I don't know what the equivalent in the states is. In Canada, like BCIT, NAIT, they are like tech universities or tech colleges. I don't know what the equivalent in the states are. They're anyway, and they said, "Well, how do you feel about going in front of a classroom and teaching?" So, "Oh, I'll try it." Scary, scary doing that. Maybe community colleges, yeah. Scary doing it for the first time, because and when you get when you get people with in those days, I mean, completely different levels of competency. Anyway, did that for a while. Okay, BBW, I'm just waiting for you to really collapse again. I mean, I got down to 2877, riding the wave. I can't emphasize this more. I mean, I would have been out of this probably all right around here. Okay, on that little spike up. All right, guys, just had a confirmation. It'll be Steve Gomez taking over for me in about 30 minutes from now in our YouTube room while I take my 1 hour break. Northern Alberta Institute of Technology. That's what it was. Yeah, Nate. Okay, guys, as that little pop up here, as I explained, I've taken most off now. Okay, looks like that 29. I'm going to hold on to just a little piece of it in case this is just a brief pop up here. If I went to a 1 minute chart, my guess is that we might see a little blue wave going here. Nope, not yet. But it's this is definitely this is looks like a pretty decent move off that 29. Manning, I know Manning. I lived in Edmonton for about how many years? 14 years. From Montreal originally, moved to Edmonton for 14 years, and then here I am in beautiful Vancouver. So I know all the little towns in Alberta for sure. Well, you know Nate then. Sorry guys, I know we're getting way off topic here, but Every now and then, it's good to give your brain a rest away from the market. For me, anyway, even though it's still open. All right, guys. Let's see. What's this BTOG doing? See, I haven't seen it. Remember, this is the don't repeat version, so I don't see BTOG anywhere. So probably did not really move much from 370. And yeah, you can see that right there. Okay, guys. Now, Moderna had that financing, and it's interesting because the opening, looked pretty good. I mean, there's a 930 or ninth. Well, so got a 10-minute chart right there. You see the 10-minute got up to 148, but now slip sliding away. So I looking left on this daily chart, 129. There's $10. We're not saying it's going to get down $10, but it's now below that 140 level. So I got to look at MRNY. The problem I got is that yeah, not trading that much today. There was the big day right there. Okay, that's when I was all over this MRNY, a way to trade. I know it's not exactly. I mean, this is down 7%. It's a the Moderna, the stock is down. This is a one for one, so it's sort of right on now. They're both down 7% approximately. So it's a way in which you can trade Moderna without shorting that other stock, without shorting that $139 stock. But the volume is not that great. I mean, this volume today on that day was 4.5 million shares. It was like it was discovered then, but since then it's just dwindled. Siva, Pilar Rossetti, or is it Pia? Pia Rossetti. I'm trying to remember if that's going to be Spanish for you, or is it Pilar Rossetti? I'm talking somebody in our YouTube room. Anyway, hello. Slow day, really? I guess it all depends on what you're looking at. It's not been a slow day for me. Yeah, I'm not sure about this MRNY. I mean, I can't believe the volume is so low. Yeah, so the only here's how you make the change, Rocky. Okay, so this is what you have. Okay, you have the repeating version. This is just the don't repeat version. Okay, so this is what you do. So go. It's a multi-strategy window. So right click on it. You can hear me, right? And you can see what I'm going to do before I keep going. Okay, so right click on it, and you see where it says configure all. Click on configure all, and the default is that both of them are checked. Okay, so they should be both checked, and then click on the edit selected. That's because these two are selected. Edit the selected. So the big change is this. When you load it, when you do that, you'll see a price of 2 instead of 1. So I made the change. I decided to to change that to 1. I think 60 is the max still, but understand the guys and listening to all this. You can make your own, you can create your own. I mean, this is what I call a template, and you can create your own style of trading from it. Okay, so I've changed that to 1. That's. I don't know about the relative volume. I don't know if I up that, but that's 3. The other change I made, if you look at the time of day, your time of day will probably be 10. Okay, and I changed that to 5. So all that means is I don't want to see any alerts until at least 9:35 Eastern time. Before I was saying 9:40. I decided to back it down a bit. Okay. Now you don't have to do the same thing. So when I say delay, I don't mean you get a delay. I don't mean that the alerts are delayed. Like it's still all real time. It's just that I don't want to see all these. It'd be an interesting exercise to not have that there at all, and then you're going to get a ton of alerts probably at 9:30. So I just tend to not want to get overwhelmed by alerts at 9:30. So that's what you can change, and that'll change it for both of them, both the strategies. Okay. Or you're in India. Okay. Not you, Rocky, but Siva in her YouTube room. So, and then if you make the changes, just say okay, and that's it. Well, the don't repeating, because it's the same thing. Okay. You would have to make the change in your don't repeating also. Now, what I for don't repeating, if you make the change here, then what I would do, maybe a simpler way, is just right click and then duplicate it. Okay, you right click and duplicate it, and then you go down to the properties and then the don't repeat, and then you can select, for a day. Or you could go in here and if you have it, you make those changes on the configure all. Now, are you saying you don't have the same because you just loaded it? Because remember, and anybody listening, if you load by race, if you load anything actually, well, you've had it up all day. So what is different? Remember now, you won't have the stocks that are under a dollar. Do you know how to? What time is it now? I have about 15 minutes. Do you know how to put your link in to the room? A cloud link into the room. And what I can do then, I can look at it and load it and see if there is anything else different. Oh, you grew up in the USA. Okay. Again, I'm flitting back and forth between the two rooms. All right. Well, thank you, William. Again, the BBW. So it did have a little pop up. I did take some off up here in thinking, but again, you see how the wave did not change color. So now writing it down. There's no question that I would have been out before all this, before looking at a wave, I would have been out in my entire position right there. Still would have been okay, but look at it now. All you have to do, Rocky, is pick whatever one you want. Right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, right click on the save, and then go down to save or share to cloud. Okay, and then save and share. Click on save and share. You can click on the OK. I don't think that makes any difference. Click on, and now once you've done that, then you paste it in to the room. Okay, you just paste it in. Oh, well, okay, you beat me to it. Control V to paste it in. You did it. Okay, good. Okay, let me see what it looks like on my end. Okay, that all looks the same now. And I don't think I made any other changes into the individuals. So when you say it doesn't look like, I mean, I just loaded it. So that's why I'm only going to see the last one for the powder blue. Ah, you have picked don't repeat ever. What you want to do is for a day. Okay. You just want to do it for a day. You're welcome. And that's the beauty of what we can do here, guys. Somebody has just in general, you've got a scan and you don't think it's working the way it should. If you could drop the cloud link in, and that was relatively simple. I mean, sometimes it's maybe a little more complex, but I can usually take a look and say, okay, this is why. Where's my out? I don't have, well, I don't have a target. I mean, remember, Faith, my not my worry, but I mean, I thought maybe it would get blocked at 29.36. So we're way through that now. So I think I look back here. This is back in, yeah, 2 years ago. There was a low down here. That's not a target though. That just happens to be the next low on a monthly chart, 23.63. I'm certainly not saying it's going to get there, but there's no, again, I'm just riding the wave. Until the wave tells me to get out of this trade, I'm not getting out completely. So there's no real target. It's not like I'm saying, well, I wonder if it gets down to 28.30, I'm out. I mean, I'm just going to keep in the trade until there is a real change in the trend. But I'm going to have to thank William because I didn't even see this as an earnings play earlier in the day. So thank you, William, for pointing it out. I see many more of these type of trades on the short side than I do on the long side. In other words, the all day shorts as opposed to the all day longs. I see many more like this. I haven't seen too many. I haven't seen too many of either though in the last little while. That's what you said. Yes, fiery. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Fire is exact, not just after summer line flop. Wow. The chief growth officer, the CGO. My goodness, how many different C-suiters can we have now? Oh my goodness. Okay, and also the lower guidance reflects the end of a multi-million-dollar partnership with Walmart. I I didn't even read any of this. Well, that'll do it. I mean, look at this, 27. You know, look at the float too. I cannot believe I can't believe how orderly this is, and with that low float, 11.5 million. I didn't even look at the float. I assumed it would be in the hundreds of millions for some reason, but wow. I just don't. I look at some of these businesses, going back to the basics with this Halloween line offering more of its traditional build it yourself stuffed animals. Like, who does that? Evidently, enough people to have a business, but man. Okay, it opened. Now, Poe, it opened. Did you play the bounce? Oh, you can't because you can't buy it, right? Heck of a bounce from a dollar to a dollar 60. All right, guys, it's 11:51. So I'm going to put my announcement up here. It's just the announcement. I won't go until Steve shows up in our YouTube room, but I'm just going to put the announcement up. Okay. Okay. On a break, back around 1 p.m. Next step is get the YouTube link into the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Chris, to Steve. Steve is the originator of the Trades of the Week. Okay, so here you go. So there's a link. He's not there yet. Okay, I'm just getting all this done. Last time it snuck up on me. So, Mr. Pepe, are you still around? Monsieur Pepe or Senor Pepe? So, I've noticed that in the morning when I load, especially loading trade ideas and the two rooms, etc., my computer is a lot noisier than it has been, and this has been the last month or so. But then it just quiets down. Can't even hear it now, which was, of course, the complete reverse of what was happening before. So, what do you think? Because I can't even hear it now. It's strange that it seems to a little bit crazy on the load up for 10 or 15 minutes, and then it just says it. Then it just quiets right down. Whereas, as you know, before that was almost the absolute reverse. Before TP, not toilet paper, but thermal paste. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, you can't. I can't even hear it right now. It's completely silent. Yeah, runs the rest of the day just like this. Or runs fine, yes, runs fine the rest of the day, yeah. Just in the first 15, 20 minutes or so. Never as bad as it was before, but okay, guys, 11:54, so about 5 minutes. I'll be taking my break. Met C. What's happening with metallurgical? Is this metallurgical? Yeah, coal mining. BRNX halts near the pre-market high, and you are right. There's the pre-market high for BRNX right up here, around 9. Well, let's see if I can. Well, it's basically nope, nothing new, nothing new. I don't mess around with this my desktop at all. You know, with anything. Just curious, not knowing enough about all this stuff. It's just curious to me why these sort of things happen. So Steve has got a bunch of this XRP, and so he's going to be happy today. A little bit of a interesting few days. Okay, well that sounds reasonable, Kishore. Though when I did the thermal pasting, that didn't happen right after. I mean, for months I wouldn't hear anything on startup. But that does seem reasonable as an explanation, I suppose. Private placement news for the BMA. Okay, for the BMRA. Ah, it could be a Windows update. Okay. Hmm. What is thermal pasting? I'll have to be quick, Bill. So if you find that your computer, you find the fan is going crazy, which is what was happening to me for several years before I finally succumbed and listened to the advice. The thermal pasting, basically, well, it's a paste. It literally, but you can't. Well, I suppose anybody could do it, but I took it to the Geek Squad, and they basically put this paste on. What do they actually put it on? And it completely dried out. It had completely dried out after many years of use. And they put a new application of the thermal paste on a couple of areas inside the computer, and that was like having a brand new computer. So if you're on the CPU and the GPU, thank you. Um, so if you've got a problem with your fan going crazy, that's more than likely the reason. I used to have to put myself on mute because the fan it would be like a plane taking off. Now I live reasonably close to the Vancouver airport, but not that close. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. And I heard a little pop. That has to be Steve in our YouTube room just entering. So, guys, in the main room, I'll put myself on mute. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. XRP himself to the YouTube room. The reason I even know about XRP today because it showed up on my trend reversal scan.
You're talking about the ETF?
Yes, well, yes, the ETF. I've got two,
XRPI?
and well, the first one that showed up was the XRPT, which
Let me
is
look
more
at that one.
expensive. Yeah, which is more expensive than XRP. Usually but that's the first one that showed up on my scan. It was at
XRPI
950.
is cheaper at $8. That's the one I
Yeah.
own, and I'm very pleased.
Yes. Yes. But it's been an interesting couple, well, 3 or 4 days for it. I'm just looking at the daily chart. You know, a
Yeah.
little pop up, little drop, little pop up, little drop.
Here's the coin. If you look at my chart, my screen, the token. Actually, hang on a second. Yeah, if you can see my screen, this is a 15-minute chart of XRP at $1.46, and it's flagging beautifully here. It looks like it wants to move higher, so hopefully it's going to continue on today. We'll see.
Now, would you? I mean, the only reason I guess to have the coin is to be able to trade it whenever you want, as opposed to because I mean, I'm assuming XRP tracks it almost exactly, right?
Yes, on a percentage basis, but
Yes.
the XRP is going to trade 24/7 over the weekend.
Right.
It's what I've noticed. It's been pretty quiet on the weekends because the ETFs aren't really fired up. So once the ETF
Right.
volume starts to flow, the actual coin itself and tokens start to move.
Right. Okay.
The reason I own the token instead of the ETF is because there's really nothing you can do with the ETF except enjoy price appreciation.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the way XRP and XLM and some of the others that I own, they fit into the new equation that I believe is coming for a tokenized stocks, tokenized economy, tokenized assets. And if you want to move stuff around on a blockchain, the XRP ledger is looking like it's going to be the one. The price doesn't reflect that yet, but I'm an early believer.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that little info. I've never had anything to do with crypto or Bitcoin, etc. But yeah,
If you think about it, the reason I own them on my ledger in my safe, they're not online. They're literally on a hard device in my safe. Is at some point there could be a scarcity for these things, and you can turn around and loan them and just lease them out and get a yield on them. That's the whole down. That's the big play, the big picture.
Okay. Good luck. That sounds like a very pretty cool idea. Okay, Steve, I'll let you go. I know you want to head off about 5 to the hour, so I'll do my best to get back 5 to the hour.
All right. Sounds good. All right, let me check the YouTube page here. I like to look at the comments on the YouTube. All right, hello, everybody. So, the big market macro story to start off with is NVDA. The market was in a literal pattern. What do you call it? The holding pattern until everybody wanted to know what's NVIDIA going to do. I mean, geez, this is interesting times. A stock with that much weight because it's like the top of the pyramid, the boss level, big daddy of AI and data centers. They're the guts of it all. And so using that as kind of a bellwether of is the AI trade dead yet? Well, it doesn't look like it necessarily is on the hardware side. So a lot of the shorts that were probably, I got to tell you, I saw so many. I'm guilty. I sit on TikTok at night, but my algorithm is educational. It's not idiotic. And it's golf, it's XRP, it's crypto, it's a lot of other stuff, and of course trading stuff too. And I saw a lot of people just saying, "Oh boy, there's been the biggest short seller percentage than ever," and they're just like doom and glooming and telling everybody. And I'm just like, doesn't mean they're right. And so here we are. They weren't necessarily right. Now they're scrambling and covering. And you've got anybody who is thinking they're going to short this market in pain today. Whereas yesterday, I was in pain because it was just kind of a holding pattern and my stocks just kind of all pulled back. And in my opinion, I thought, well, they're just pulling back for some better prices to hopefully get a good NVIDIA move. But, starting to think about the case scenario for a melt up, we could have a market melt up. everybody looks at the Qs. Let's go ahead and look at the long-term Qs. Let's look at the monthly. Oh my God, look at how parabolic this market is. There's no way and there's a bunch of people out there that are probably trying to short this parabolic move, but what's to say we can't do that? And I've got a theory for that. Is like, you're all seeing it, you're all hearing about it. It's hard to get a job right now. Companies are laying off in favor of AI. I actually saw an article that literally said 70% of the current CEOs say within 3 months they could have a plan to basically like run 70% of their organization on AI and 2 people to just manage the AI. So the human workforce is going to be admins managing AI. The whole middle management is going to be gutted out. Imagine what that does for the bottom line of a stock. So when they start reporting earnings in Q4 and 1 next year and 27, we might see just absolutely surprise blowout earnings. And the conference call is going to be the CEO saying, we're just seeing incredible internal efficiencies. We can't believe it. And so stocks are stocks. It doesn't matter what the economy is doing in terms of employment. If these corporations and public traded companies are returning, shareholder value in droves, this market's not going to sell off. So that's my hypothesis and sermon for why, a good lead in, I'm not trading at the moment. I'm full on hedge fund mode. And if you've heard me the last couple of weeks, this day back here when that Leopold fund got liquidated, I started buying, and then the following day too. So I've been putting together a portfolio. The last 2 weeks have been kind of frustrating. And I did a video on that about how, the swing trader in me would have just taken that little pop right there, but I'm using the Qs as a vehicle. But in all my stocks that kind of look like this, you have to be able to sit through the pullback. You can't shoot the arrow higher unless you pull the arrow back first. So to be up here and expect that we're going to break out after this extremely overbought condition, you have to sit back and go, I'm a position trader now. I'm not going to freak out. The swing trader in me would freak out, but I'm just going to build. I'm going to cut the stuff that's not working, and I'm going to add to the stuff that is and try and find some other good entries and things that are working, and hopefully be positioned 100% for the next push. Well, that's where I am, and it's possible that NVIDIA might give us that next push, and we might just go into the next quarter where, like I said, earnings in some of these companies across the board, layoffs are bad for people, but they're going to be good for the bottom line for these publicly traded companies. So that's my case for a possible melt up and catching the shorts off guard when you've got all those social media accounts saying, oh my God, the most shorts we've ever had. That doesn't mean shit. Bill Gates wants to make AI. Yeah, so he's already ruined vaccines. Now he wants to try and ruin AI because it's not going his way. Believer in XRP as well, Patriot, especially since the SEC went after them for 3 years. Yeah, I believe that was almost like a stall tactic. And I'll tell you what I believe has been happening. This is my theory again. I love theories. I'm going to go to the daily. I'm going to go way back. So there are some people I got to credit with turning me on to this. Not daily. I'm sorry, weekly. Let's do weekly. Now, coming into this weekly, it was higher for a while, and then it just cranked down here at 50 cents. I was stacking and loading up because the more I was watching, the more I was learning. It was stuck in the SEC thing, but I said, I think this is a stall tactic. I don't think it's going to last. And then the election occurred, and then Trump announced the whole digital-friendly ecosystem, and the market went crazy. Well, once it became established, I believe that this is going to be the new paradigm. The people who need it the most are the institutions, the banks, the financial system. They need to have this XRP on their books. And I think they were probably kind of quietly told by the Treasury and the administration that, look, you're going to have a little bit of time before the legislation is passed, and you're probably going to want to own this stuff. And I think the last, let's see, this was a secondary push right here, which got retail long, got everybody long. This was a euphoric time right here. And then the smash and grab started. The smash and grab of liquidity hunting and just breaking the spirits. And so when the institutions decide that they need to get in, they're not going to pay this price. They're not going to jump in and go, oh shit, we better get XRP on our books at 350. No, they were probably quietly told, look, you've got some time, figure it out. Okay, we'll figure it out. Let's get retail excited and then begin the smash and grab campaign for the next 18 months. Break it out, smash it. Break it out, smash it big. Clean out all these stops. And in doing so, you've got a lot of people who are levered, 6, 7, 8 times leverage down here, hiding with their stops, which have no business being that levered in this thing. So these types of days right here, months, they just clean those people out. And guess it's a giant transfer from the levered, greedy crypto bros into the hands of BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, and they're just not telling you that they're doing it. But the price action has been miserable, as we all know, for the last 18 months. And I'm just saying, this is what happens when the big guys want to accumulate. Break the spirits right here, break it out, and then smash it. Again, people got over leveraged again, break them down, big wealth transfer, number 2 right there. And then another 6 months of just, if you haven't broken out, they're going to wear you out down here. And then guess who said they were selling Bitcoin right here? Jim Cramer. Now, don't even get me started on that. It actually bolsters my theory that he's the tail end of this operation institutional smash and grab. They know they're running out of time. The Crypto Act is close. The news is picking up. Retail is getting excited again. Get Jimbo an email, get him his kickback, whatever it is he's making on this. He turns around and does the bidding of the institutions to scare, in this case, to scare fear, uncertainty, and development, and uncertainty and doubt into the retail for one last smash and grab before they don't have a chance to get it anymore. And that's the timetable, Patrick, that I believe we're on, Patriot, that I believe we're on right now. That's what happened. This was the initial, oh boy, here we go. We're going to do it. But this is the institution saying, we got time. Let's smash and grab operation, fake them out, get the retail long. And by down here, the retail is just so sad. They're just crying. They can't take it anymore. You got Jim Cramer saying, get out. The dumb boomers listen to Jim Cramer. And that's the last bit, hoping that that's the base that we're going to build on now. We never got back to original lows at 50 cents. Now I was buying more down here at $1 and $1.10. So my average price is probably about 60 cents now. But I added another 25% of XRP because I realized this is the accumulation phase and I might as well accumulate with them. So I increased my XRP size. Amber, because I believe this is going to be the layer 1, XRP ledger is going to be the layer 1 transfer where assets are digitally sold. And the best part is the currency swap where you can, pay in Chinese, yuan and then settle in Japanese yen in 3 seconds. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Bitcoin was like a beta test coin. And a lot of the guys that worked on Bitcoin realized that the scalability, it cost too much, it was too slow. They moved over and started XRP. So it's almost like Bitcoin version 2.0, which has utility. Bitcoin has no utility where XRP does. Ripple's the parent company. And so people buy Bitcoin for like a digital gold, a digital store of value. But right now, XRP is up 3.5%, Bitcoin's up 1.8%. So ever since this flip of the switch, it seems like we don't have the smash and grab anymore. We've got buyers in this thing that want it, and they buy every pullback. Totally different than the dynamic we had back here. So I'm hoping that's the bottom. Now, I also own XLM. It's the same protocol. It uses the same type of, ledger, but it's peer-to-peer. It's like a Venmo, but you're just sending, this from one person's ledger to another, and you're bypassing the third-party bank. I doubled my position in this one over the last. Now, when I talk about what we're doing down here, once I recognized that, I'm like, whatever cash I have, I'm going to keep throwing it. So I bought, I doubled my position 100% in XLM, Stellar. Yep, we'll take a look at that. And then lastly, the trio I didn't really start buying this one until the last year, H-bar. And this is more like enterprise to enterprise. This one I bought a lot. And so I've been busy down here in this area buying XRP and XLM and H-bar. Those are the only three that I own. They all have tremendous utility potential. And once the Clarity Act gets passed, I think, the starting gun could start. We'll see. But this is a great example of accumulation. This is markup, distribution, and then the beginning of markdown, and then accumulation. Those are the four stages. What comes after that? We repeat. Markup should be coming again. So that's my sermon on crypto. I think more people should be interested in it because it's starting to light up again. ABTC, I'm very pleased with. As you guys know, I've been wrestling with that one for a while. I'm probably still down on the year on that one, but it's coming back nicely. And this is the pure play for Bitcoin miners. So as long as Bitcoin continues to move higher, that should do well. Yeah, and when he was standing in front of all those people, Amber, what you have to understand is that visual right there. You've got the president for at least another 2 years. You've got the Treasury Secretary. You've got the SEC. You've got Commerce Secretary. You basically have every player in charge right now at the boss level. And then you had a Coinbase was there, and I think Chainlink was there, which is one of the tokens. And standing in the back, and he didn't come forward and say anything. And it's just perfect because they've been quiet this whole time, probably to basically help the institutions keep the price down so they can accumulate until it goes boom. But Brad Garlinghouse was standing in the back, and he's dined with Trump privately. Some people think there's rumors and speculation that they've made kind of a private deal, and we won't hear about it until it's time, meaning when everybody's loaded up and all the players have their chips. Something involving, maybe a donate, because XRP, you guys do your own research on this, but using AI, but XRP has still what's called an escrow. It's a holdback of 40 billion. It's like 40% of it. And some people think that escrow has always been intended to not go into circulation, but to transfer to the government to help the government build their strategic, crypto reserve. That would be a wonderful headline because that would take away a lot of supply that people are concerned about. And the thing with XRP is it's not about market cap. You can't go, oh, what's the market cap of XRP? It doesn't matter what the market cap is because it's not designed to be an asset. It's designed to be a utility. So if you've got quadrillion, then more quadrillion, and then more quadrillion the following year of assets pumping through the global economic system, a $1 XRP isn't going to cut it. You're going to run out of XRP real quick in between transactions. You can turn one XRP over, I think, 30 times a day, but there might come a point where XRP needs to be $100 or maybe even $1,000 a few years from now because the global economy has adopted this new system, and it's not about market cap. It's about utility. So how many quadrillions of dollars are burning through the system divided by the time and utility needed, that's where XRP is going to price. It has nothing to do with, or never will have anything to do with, market cap. Silver futures are super strong again. I mean, we can look at just look at PSLV. It's a beautiful flag pattern. Once again, I've been long since down here. I had to sit through this, got a nice push again. Now we're sitting, basically in here. I actually started down here with the proxy HYMC. I think this is the most high quality miner out there. It's a U.S. miner in Nevada, and they just even announced that their silver mine, the product that they've got ready to pull out of the ground is like the highest quality. Whatever, it's a great PR story. So that's my silver exposure. If anybody has any questions on using the product, let me know, because that's what we're supposed to do. But otherwise, I think I've got my segment here on Talk Your Book, CNBC. I start talking about the market, which is important. Again, the shorts are being squeezed. How's the IWM looking? A little under pressure there still, small caps. It's the S&P that's the strongest of them all. Technically speaking, the S&P is back in clean air. What do I mean by that? It means you've got your moving averages. There's the 20, there's the 50, and here's the momentum, the 10. As long as you're above the 10, you're feeling good. Well, we broke down, and this is why I call the 20 the backstop. So when the momentum breaks, the backstop picks up the price. Now, the SPY is the most diverse of them all. NASDAQ was a bit tech heavy, so it fell longer. But the SPY has the financials and energy and more stuff in there. So this is a broader measure that the big index reversed down here on that head fake, ran a tremendous amount, big short squeeze. And then the shorts, I think, doubled up down here. And then the market is slowly giving us some buyers. And as we speak, clean air means we're above all moving averages. There's no more moving averages above us. We have blue sky above us. Just like I want to see this ABTC hold this midday momentum. It's the 10 SMA midday, on intraday momentum. So it can come and kiss it and test it, but I'd like to see it bounce here pretty soon. And then I've got a price alert there. I may add to it if I have cash, but probably not. I'm fully invested right now. I've got two things that I've got stops in. Oh, actually, one of them got hit. Perfect. I'm out of one of them. I had made money in Hertz, but I don't trust this damn thing. It had a really nice pop, and I made money in that pop, and then it just didn't bounce. So I took my money and ran because I feel like there's so much more opportunity that I can recycle that cash into tomorrow. I'm also trying game. Oh, well, there we go. Since I was talking, I'm glad I didn't sell game. There's actually a stop in game. I'll go ahead and cancel that stop. And this is in the idea of just trying to raise capital of things that aren't working for me on the chart. Let's turn that into cash and give me a new, fresh idea tomorrow. Which one to buy? I don't know. That's up to you. I told you I like XRP. That's probably the number one. XLM's number two, and HBAR is number three. Now, HBAR, so XRPI is the ETF that Barry and I were speaking of. So this will follow. See how it's getting a new high there? Let's pull up the chart. And the chart of XRP, let's go back to a 15-minute, is going to be making a little push here. There it is. So the XRPI will mirror what's happening in the crypto XRP. And as I mentioned, HBAR actually has, believe it or not, an ETF. It's very thin, but look at that. It's only 54,000, but HBAR ETF. So if you don't have a crypto account and you're interested in XRP, you can buy the ETF XRPI or HBR for HBAR. Hopefully more volume and more interest will come into this one. The third one is not available, XLM. Canary. So if I type in, let's see, let me just type in the name, Stellar. No. Oh, GXLM. Look at that. Grayscale. They're the ones who make. Oh, so there might be an XLM ETF. Dang it. GXLM. Grayscale XLM. How about that? Excellent. I didn't know that. I got to add this. 3,000 shares, extremely liquid. But here's the thing, guys. Just because it's only done 3,000 shares, I used to trade HBAR a few times at 54,000 shares, and I'd look down and be like, oh my God, I've got like 5% of this thing. You're always going to get a fair price because it's just following what the ETF is doing. And it probably has a big spread. But what I found is there's always some sort of algo or something out there, some dark pool. Like if the spread of HBR was like 79 by 84, if you just go midpoint, you'll probably get hit by somebody. So you don't have to hit market buy and risk getting a bad fill. You can just do limit buy and go midpoint. If it's an 8-cent spread, you go 4 cents above and 4 cents below, and you would probably get hit quickly by some sort of a algo. I was wondering about the XRP, et cetera. Yeah, I mean, I just mentioned it. Those are my three favorite, but again, they're all different, and I highly encourage you, if you're interested, go consult ChatGPT and let AI explain to you the difference of them and what the difference is of the ETF versus the actual coin or the token or whatever. All right, so these are my holdings in order of today's profit. ABTC is doing the best. And I look at the daily over here, I'm certainly pleased because this was just a nightmare. I don't know what was going on here. Then some insider buys came in, earnings came out, and then ever since earnings, it's flipped. You can see that. So then we get the technical guardrails here. Okay, a little gap up sideways. That was a long week. Boom, as soon as it touches the momentum line, the momentum ignition kicks in. And surprisingly enough, it went through the brick wall of the 50-day rather easily. And then sliding sideways across a 50-day moving average after you've come up from underneath it is extremely bullish for trend changes. And underneath it all is the continued perfect trend of this 10 SMA. So I'm feeling confident in ABTC, and I'd like to see that little blue line trip and trigger. If Bitcoin keeps going higher, then, I'm still underwater in this thing for the year, but I'm getting a lot of it back. I'm trying to ask Grok. Oh, you asked? Oh, God, that's funny. I hate when I do that, Amber, especially if you type something goofy that you don't want anybody else to see. Okay, it's a crypto kind of a day where it was not yesterday. Yesterday was painful, but today it's bounced back and then some. Second best of the day for me is XRPI. So I didn't actually get to this. Let me get to this. So as I mentioned, my holdings are not ETFs; they're actual tokens, and I've downloaded them onto a hard wallet ledger, and they're physically with me in my safe. I love the opportunity down here, but it's like, well, I don't just have a bunch of cash laying around to really just power in. It's tied up in other things, especially, well, wait a minute, I've got a 401k and it allows me to buy the ETF. Well, so I mentioned that I doubled up I didn't double. I mentioned I added 25% to my XRP. Well, then I doubled it. I actually doubled everything up and took the same amount of dollar exposure that I have in XRP and doubled it times 2 using the funds in XRPI. So this one, I'm just going to hope to ride appreciation because I've been watching this thing for years and I kind of feel like I have a good feel for what's happening now. Look at the volume down here coming in, and it didn't give us much of a pullback. As a matter of fact, look, here's the 10 SMA on a 15. Watch if we go to a 10 SMA on the daily. And I kept thinking, that's a big move. We're going to have to work that big move off. Wow, look at this. It's almost like freaking magic, you guys. Look at that. So, oh my God, where do we go from here? Well, consolidate. The job of the 10 SMA, the momentum line, is to bring up the bottom and force the buyers to start outbidding each other again. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So I'm ready for move 2.0. But down here is where I doubled up. I thought, oh man, we're close, especially after Jim Cramer called it. I think that was when I actually said, screw it, I'm just going to double up. So I bought the same amount dollar-wise, taking advantage of this. Hopefully it pays off. All right, let me go back to the 15. XLM's looking good. A lot of people like XLM. And by the way, if you're doing research on this, ask AI about XLM being added to the DTCC, the Depository Trust Corporation. They literally, you go to their website now, these are all like factual, and they'll say, yeah, the XRP Stellar Ledger is now going to be utilized for any type of DTCC activity of assets on their blockchain. So it's like, I don't know what else people need to see. The railroads are being built and they're being confirmed, and then you move to HBAR. Again, ask AI to explain to you the significance of the board of governance of HBAR. You got like Google, FedEx, like a ton of giant corporations. And what that means is the board of governance is they're all overseeing the whole ecosystem of the H bar, because this is, as I said, is enterprise to enterprise. So if FedEx wants to do business with T-Mobile, they can do business using H bar to transfer whatever it is they're doing, payments. But at the same time, they're both still seated on the board of governance. So it's not some crazy dark corner mystical, token that claims it can do something. These are real world headlines. So that's why I'm so bullish on this stuff. Next in order is my silver exposure today. Oh, I'm sorry, DJT just took second place. So there's a lot going on with DJT. It's obviously got the crypto exposure with Bitcoin. It holds a lot of Bitcoin. It is also merging with an energy company, which I'll get to. I'm super long the nuclear energy stocks as NNE comes through. So DJT been doing great in this one. Big pullback, more than I wanted to see. I mean, vicious. I really kind of thought it would have held on to that 50-day, but it blew through, and now it's making a fast lane assault on the 200-day moving average, probably in play here in the next day. HYMC, as I said, I'm bullish on silver. I didn't want to buy silver. I want something with some leverage behind it. And usually when silver starts to go, the leverage shows up in the miners. So this HYMC, a big move in silver could get from 26 to 40 real quick. It's not advice. I'm just sitting long. And I've been long since this blue line down here at 20. And this is a prime example of what I was saying earlier, both in HYMC and UEC. I had to sit. I had to put my big boy hedge fund hat on and a position trader and say, don't scalp this. You're going to have to sit through this if you want to make this. It's as simple as that. So that's where we are right now with HYMC. I believe it's really been kind of lagging. And look at that. Bull flag, pennants, they don't get much more clean than that. All it's going to take is a big move from silver above 70 and start blasting higher in the silver futures. And HYMC could come alive. SMR, so we get into now the nano nukes. This thing's been viciously volatile, but I think it's, again, part of the end stage of the accumulation. So breakout, fake out, breakout, fake out. Yesterday, breakout, fake out. But here we are again today. I think we're one headline away from, just saying that these data centers are going to start fast tracking and deregulating these small nukes so they can get the energy going and flowing. There's also a big short float in there. So I'm just going to sit in these. I think the next big sector move could be not so much, okay, so it started with NVDA, with the chips, and then it went to the data centers and the cloud, like Nibius. I think the next big move is going to be, how are we going to power this stuff? Oh, okay. Well, I guess BE, Bloom Energy, is proven. That one's a big name. It's already dropping modules into corporations, $200. But then you've got the new guys like Oklo. I believe this is it's a perfect example. God, I mean, if you ever want to see the 5 stages of a market, it's this. Okay, markup, distribution, markdown, accumulation, and the pattern repeats over a couple years. I believe that's where we are right now. So this is when people first discover these things and, oh yeah, this is going to be great. And then they go, oh shit, we're way too overvalued. And then the selling begins. And then once the selling begins, it takes a while to really work it out. But the last stage of selling is usually wearing out people that just can't take it anymore. So that's the daily on a big zoom. But when we go back in, we can just see a lot of volatility back and forth. Okay, so then there's NNE, SMR, and then the new kid on the block, which I'm long, and it was the trade of the week. I don't think it ever triggered, though. Maybe it did, I can't recall, is XE. So modular nuclear energy, but it's a brand new name. I think it came from an old company. Forgot the name, but the 50-day moving average is just starting to show up. And so I'm long this one as well. And the more times that it gets rejected down here and bought back up, And again, I'm in the money on this one. This is one of those stocks I told you I've been buying since down here. So I've had to suffer the pullback every day and just be patient. I mean, if you thought you had to be patient as a swing trader, you've got to be like comatose as a hedge fund position trader and just tune out all that noise and just look for the simple direction. Let's continue down the road. We did SMR. Oh, Rumble is also like all of a sudden people realize that Rumble is a data center play. And I've been actually trying to buy more of this one, but I can't even get a pullback. If I have some cash laying around, which I haven't. So that one's been good. All right. Keel is a new entry from this morning. It's a mini data center. You look at the profile, building artificial intelligence focused data centers. Okay, well, why is it a $5, $3 stock? I don't know. So we'll keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll do something. So that's more of a long shot. XE, we talked about that. Oh, UEC, I've been in this one for a while, since down here. Again, had to sit through this pullback, but it bounced perfectly off the 50. Now I've been able to enjoy the benefits from the 50 to the 200. Now I probably got to sit through a couple more days of that and be resolved to just sit so you can enjoy the days like today, which are pretty good. What else? Oh, so again, in the theme of alternative energy, this plug power has been just back and forth, back and forth. It won't break down, but it won't break out, kind of like SMR. So again, I'm thinking, maybe we're going to find a way to just break out. It's not going to happen easy. Maybe it'll be a headline. I don't know, but I'm going to sit in plug. What would get me out of plug would be this. If we roll over and just close like that right now, I would get out. Yesterday was a tough hold. I didn't want to hold it, but I did, and I'm glad I did. But it kind of leaked below the 20 where it's held 1, 2, 3, 4. It's held this 20-day moving average 5 times now. So it's getting pinched below the 50 and the 20. And I want to see it resolve this way, but you've got to be in it to win it. Anything else? Oh boy, my old favorite. I put this stock on the shit list, but it took itself off the shit list because UAVS, the small aerial drone, it showed some great action there. And then it's come off earnings. And so it's basically disclosed it's doing better. And this thing won't pull back. When the rest of the market was pulling back, the relative strength that's been sitting in UAVS has been noticeable. And so I bought it 2 days ago, just kind of hovered here above the 200-day. And I don't know, it's slowly trying to sneak away. Maybe it'll pull back before it does something. But there's that. And then I mentioned game. I'm still in. And then what I was just stopped out of an hour ago was Hertz. So I've got some cash to play with tomorrow. And that's my portfolio. I love this tool. You can just look down and see what type of a day it is. It's a buying type of a day. And right now, a buy program is dominating any sort of sell programs. That just tells the whole story right there. It's like flying a plane. You can just kind of look up at the control panel and see the trajectory of the course. Yeah, bye Hertz. That's the kind of thing that, maybe if they still think it's going to go bankrupt, I don't want any part of that. Anybody got any questions, and you can go ahead and hit me up. With GameStop, are they letting eBay? It started off as kind of like a hostile takeover, but eBay said go pound sand. We're not interested. And Ryan's been finagling, and then you can see he raised more capital by diluting the stock here even more. And down here, I took a chance. I'm in the money now, but I took a chance yesterday. And it's one of those things. Andy says it all the time. These oversold things. If you get a bounce, you feel like a hero. But if you're wrong, your risk is very limited. You just you stop at new lows. And I try to peak a new low right there. This is another good thought right now. Here's the first low of the day. And if you get too excited and say, okay, there's the first low of the day, we bounced right there, I'm going to put a stop in. No, the algorithms have figured out human nature, that people don't want to miss the bounce. And so you got to go back and get the second mouse. It's the second mouse that gets the cheese. And so the first mouse gets caught in the double dip where it makes a new low about an hour after the open. And that is where I set my stop. So you can actually see that blue line was the active stop that I had set. I waited for it to bounce up into this area, and I said, okay, we're an hour and a half into the market now. Let's just go ahead and use that second double dip low and see if we can lean on that. And leaning on that actually looks like it may work, because you get down here at the low, we can illustrate exactly, I guarantee you, the RSI is going to show divergence. So if we go RSI on the daily chart, all right, the price action is going to show a low and then a double low. But that second double low was a higher low in the RSI, meaning it didn't have as much punch on that second attempt. And that's what's called bullish divergence. And so I'm leaning on the bullish divergence. And if you can get an oversold bounce, that's a fun little ride. But you just got to know how to play it and how to draw the line. But other than that, I think the latest, Amber, is I think Ryan Cohen went to them and said, okay, why don't we do some sort of a joint venture where we can both, get the benefits of the physical stores. Right now, you're still a virtual store, and they are doing better. I sold something, a little piece of golf equipment, for 120 bucks. Those are the perfect things to sell that you don't use anymore. Ton of people bidding on it. It was fun to watch, but eBay screwed up originally by doing PayPal, and they admitted they screwed up buying it, and they had to spin it off because it was just some third party, not exactly ubiquitous pay platform that held up a lot of friction to a lot of sales. So they figured out how to do it all internally, and they handle the transactions now. And so as a seller, they print out the label. They ding your account the label, or they ding the buyer the label, and you specify where you want the money to go. And they literally wait 2 days until the package has been delivered. So they're watching the delivery. So they're overseeing the whole sale, and they're using the in-house money hold back until they know. And that's a smart deal. They should have done that in the beginning, where the buyer goes, okay, I got it, I'm happy. Okay, release the funds to the seller. Well, you couldn't do that with eBay because the seller got the money right away, and then the buyer had to trust that the seller was going to send the money. And it was an old, antiquated system. So they improved it. Like I said, firsthand, the experience was a lot more enjoyable than it was 12 years ago, because I sold a lot of stuff on there. But I think Ryan Cohen wants to take it to the next level and say, great, you're now a pretty cool, efficiently run e-store, but you need a physical team, a physical army where people can also walk in and ship or return or buy things. There's probably great symmetry there. That's the word I'm looking for. So that's the latest. I think he's appealing to them to, like, let's do something together where there's some symmetry. But at these prices down here, it's almost like book value. You've got 8.3 in cash. You've got some debt. Market cap's 8. Okay, so the market cap's 8. They've got 8 in cash, but they've got 4 in debt. I'm not a real genius on these balance sheet stuff. So we're just kind of waiting to hear what the new business model is going to be, and hope that the market likes it. That's kind of where we are. And I was willing to cut it. The price action comes first. Seeing some more green coming through the tickers here. Let's see. Yeah, there goes the NASDAQ. So that's a good sign. S&P as well. on over here? Yeah, that's a good looking 15-minute chart for XRP. Bitcoin's nice. Look at that cup and handle in Bitcoin here on the 15 minutes. Oh, well, ask AI and just say, can you give me a list of all the people that were at the White House crypto summit last week? But again, the key players were the Treasury, SEC, Commerce Secretary, Coinbase was there. Nobody was there from Bitcoin because there's really nobody to represent him. Michael Saylor's kind of a clown. Doesn't really do anything. But Brad Garlinghouse from Ripple, which is XRP, was standing quietly in the background, and he got acknowledged. Chainlink was another one that was there, I think. I don't own any of that. But the point is all those people all in the same room behind closed. It was a closed door meeting. It was not open to the public. So that's the kind of thing where he could look around and go, all right, we gave you guys 18 months head start to accumulate as much of this as you can. You've beaten the living crap out of retail. The only retail left are the people who are still, honest, die hard, can see through the bullshit. They deserve to keep it and let it run. But a lot of other people have just been absolutely demoralized, and they've coughed up their shares. And like I said, the people who have been over leveraged have coughed up their shares. Leverage has ruined more people, especially, inexperienced traders. It cuts both ways. And when you've got, in one sense, you can do it here in crypto, but you guys, back to the whole Leopold fund that was liquidated, you should know what I'm talking about. Last month, this is why the market sold off down here and bounced overnight, because during the day, people were like, what the hell is going on this day? Well, starting about here and here and then here, this is called forced liquidation. Once Citadel and some of the other market sharks, billionaires, figured out that this Leopold fund kid, I think he was on 4 times leverage. You don't run a overvalued, overbought billion-dollar fund that's run up thousands of % on 4 times leverage and get away with it, because these guys will come and teach you a lesson and punch you in the face. So they got a few headlines going, got a little bit of fear going in the market, and before you know it, forced liquidations. The Leopold, I don't even know the name of the fund, but the kid's name is Leopold. He's forced liquidated. Nebius, all the stocks he had, gone. Then all of a sudden we find out overnight, it was just a forced liquidation, and Citadel bought everything on their books for like 10 cents on the dollar. Market gaps up right here, never looks back. So where I was going with this is, that is another egregious example of leverage. If you have a high leverage, the last thing you want is the rest of the market knowing that you're over leveraged, because they will drag you. Not meaning a conspiracy on the phone, it's just the price action. And once people know and make those decisions, okay, great. The mob has their pitchforks out and they're ready to just drive you down across the cliff where they know the cliff is. And then they benefit. And so that happens over and over. And back to what I was saying in crypto. That meeting, probably behind closed doors, they said, you've had your fun. You got your chance to poke all the retail people that were over leveraged. Hopefully you got your balance sheet loaded with the stuff, because from here on out, it's going to be harder to acquire. That's my guess. Hopefully that's the kind of stuff they were discussing behind that closed door. They all know what's coming. They just haven't told us what's coming yet. And I believe XRP is going to be a major part of that. UAVS on highs, I'll take that. Here's Nebius. Here's that one stock that fund was liquidated right there, and they had to sell it all on that day, and then to watch it gap up the next day, just to rub salt in the wounds. And apparently the kid didn't learn his lesson. He's on to some other fund now, and they're using leverage again. So whatever. Doesn't sound too smart. Young. He's too young. He didn't have the experience that he knew something everybody else knew, but all he had was, a big set of courage, and then you got slapped pretty quick. Oh, Beyond Meat is getting slapped again. Yeah, this thing is supposedly short 7. That data is incorrect. That can't be right. Which makes me think about game. Patriot supposedly Citadel was behind wiping him. Yeah, so they could exactly. It was all contrived. Even they take it a step further. They're so powerful, but they're like they own the media. It's like, well, they had the media in their back pocket. If you recall, the headline was, "Oh my God, our analysts are saying prepare for higher interest rates. The Fed's going to raise interest rates at the next FOMC." That was enough to get everybody spooked enough to start the selling to light the fire that they could throw gas on. And it was just a matter of finding where the point of liquidation was, where they no longer were in control of their fund. Basically, their broker just said, we'll take it from here. We've got to sell this to meet your margin call. And that's, I mean, it's just, on one hand, you can kind of shake your head, but on the other hand, that's how it works. You know, it's a jungle out there. And those veterans with billions and billions of dollars behind them saw an opportunity and they took it. And, you know, if he was managing money like that at 4 times leverage, I hope everybody learned a lesson. I've probably said to you guys today, like, you know, go ask AI a dozen times. I'm completely addicted to it. I'm somebody who is very inquisitive and likes knowledge. I'm curious and I've always got questions. It's like the greatest new toy Santa has ever brought me. I swear, if you're having problems, you know, hooking up a TV or a smart TV, just go and ask. It'll walk you through it. It'll save you so much time and hassle. Doesn't matter what your problem or task or your curiosity is. You got to start getting used to using it. And as far as, you know, the AI goes, we've got it right here. Especially if you're a user, you want to be logged in. But if you're logged in, you know, you can get anything from our AI. Oh, do I externally link Weeble? So Weeble's not available, but there's some other ideas. You know, it just happened to be one of those questions, but it is pretty good when you need something. And then, of course, I'd be remiss if I don't remind you guys, everybody that's a user, regardless of your tier subscription level, you have access to the brand new AI Assistant, which can be used for either platform questions or explain a configuration or make a configuration for me. Make me a scan that shows stocks gapping up that had earnings yesterday after the close. Hopefully that's enough. Why is there nothing? Oh, okay. This a top list with no event instead. Hey, Holly, make this a top list instead. All right, why is it not getting us anything? Earnings date. Oh, I didn't give the gap percentage. Well, I don't have time to really explore it, but just want to show you guys that's there and you know, be as specific as you can. What I needed to say was gap percentage minimum because I didn't give a minimum. If you haven't played with that, you really want to. It's pretty cool.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Barry.
Now, how about the next step, the next level for this? I know you got to go. You know, I've got this scan. Can you improve it? Can you improve it for me?
We've already done that. I literally made a
Really?
video on it.
No, are you serious? I mean, you can
I'm
ask the
I'm
AI
dead
assistant
serious. Yeah,
that?
we'll take a second here.
Oh,
So
I did
let's
not know that.
go. Let's see. Let's take my.
But
I did this one in the video here.
oh,
You got to
but
use collaborate. Use collaborate. That's
hmm.
the language it speaks. And
Okay.
then I'll say, "Can you improve this scan for me?" Insert collaborate.
So it doesn't look at a cloud link.
It does. No, CloudLink, no, but collaborate, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty cool.
Um,
Because how does it know? Seriously, how does it know how to improve it? I thought I was kidding.
no, you're not. You're not. But I might have put a bad scan in there. But you
You know
can do
what,
it.
Steve? I'll do it. I'll try
Play
my
around
own.
with it. Yeah,
Here's
load the
yeah yeah.
scan and say, "Hey, tell me about this scan," and it'll load the scan. Like, oh, this scan is looking for this and that, and say, "Well, how could you improve it? You know, if I wanted to," and then kind of maybe start from that point. See if that helps.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Cool. I thought I was being a wise ass.
No, you're not. They're one step ahead of us sometimes.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Steve.
All right.
We'll see you next week.
Yep. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Just adding me to the stage. Back in both rooms in terms of, yeah, just give me a moment, guys. Just want to get rid of the message and get my music going. There we go. So I was kind of before I just took over from Steve. I asked Steve, and I thought I was just being sort of not a jerk, but I said, you know what, the AI assistant, can you take, show me how to improve on the scan I've got. I thought I was just kidding around. He says it can actually do that. So I'm going to try that. Who knows? Maybe I can take this trend reversal and say, okay, I have to give the AI assist a collaborative link, not a cloud link. Okay, so right click, collaborate, and then put that in and say, okay, you see that scan? How would you improve on it? That might be interesting. I don't know if anybody's tried that yet. Meanwhile, look at BBW. Now, granted, guys, I did take most of mine out right here, okay? Right here on that little, you see how it transitioned to blue? I took most of my out, but not everything. And now I'm just going to see if I can keep riding this wave. I don't have very much left, though. I do not have very much left on this short. That sound? The next low is, well, I'd have to, okay, I looked 2 years ago in August on a monthly chart, William. See, we're at 28 right now, right? 28? Yeah, August of 2024, there's a monthly low of 23, okay? 23. Now, I'm not, I don't know within this month, there might have been a weekly low close or a daily low close, but for that, at least on a monthly low or a monthly chart, 2365, and that's 2 years ago. Mike C in our YouTube room. I haven't seen you there for a while. Yeah, so that's and it's funny when you look at a 10-minute chart, you're able to even, because a 2-minute chart, I mean, generally speaking, that's what you're going to get more jumps. That's what was so beautiful about it at the beginning. There was hardly any pull-ups at all. On a 10-minute chart, look how beautiful it is. I mean, there's only one time right there, which corresponds to this level right there, where the bar actually pierced into the wave. Yeah, less noise. Yeah, less noise on the 10. But for a 2 minute chart to do this all the way down, pretty darn good. Now the other one was, of course, the HRL, which was awesome from the beginning. It has now finally started to kind of jump around a bit, but look how beautiful that was on a 2 minute chart. You know, look at that. I mean, that's unbelievable on a 2 minute chart. And that was from what 23 down to 2150 or 21. So that was really good on a 2 minute chart. All right, guys. Well, I'm not really thinking about doing too much in terms of trading today. Isn't that terrible? We have to do that, Monica. So Chow is good for non-IB clients, okay? Because we can't trade it at IB, according to Monica. So, but it's just under 50 cents. Well, especially you, doesn't drive me actually crazy, but you would because you're into these stocks under a dollar, probably low float stocks under a dollar, which I guess IB is really trying to curb your enthusiasm for them. SPY's having a good day now. SPY's up 6 points now. Almost thought about shorting this pay. I mean, it was right around here was when I was looking at it. Right around here. Nice move down on the two, but now it's getting a little more jumpy. Even this one has been sneaky good. I did not take this, but it's been sneaky good. Early alert for NAT, 1031, 676. It's now 698 now. It's been kind of sneaky good. I didn't take it because I thought, this level here was too close, but oh, there's no question about NVIDIA spontaneist. Yeah, no question. Hmm. I don't think so. Because the new high alert, no, there's no way. There's no way to put a condition on the new high alert unless Pepe tells me otherwise. By saying only tell me the new high alert if it's at least 10 cents away from the last high. Is that it? Like as an example? I do not think there's any, not as an alert anyway. I don't think there's any way to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to do that. First time I've been asked that question, but again, I just don't think can't, because otherwise you'd have to be, well, that's why you can control it a little bit by saying only give me the alerts every 1 minute then. Okay. So only if it makes a new high each minute. I mean that's one way to do it, as opposed to just assigning a specific dollar value. That's about the best we can do as a real time alert, and that's just using the Well, I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure you do know that, but the don't repeat, I think you mentioned that. Yeah. So just put a minute. I mean, that's not bad. That won't be bad. All right, guys. Time is it now? 1:05. I have about another hour or so, unless there are questions. William, what's your idea for today? Oh, this RPD from yes. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry. It was RPID. RPID. Three-ish again. Okay. Should I not ask anymore and just assume unless you tell me? I shouldn't do that. No, I'll ask. I mean, what's the harm in asking every day? Okay. Man, I actually thought the 2 days, I think it was 3 days ago where I wanted to take this and I got stopped out for a little loss. I was actually thinking of this would be like a mini swing trade for me, based on what crypto was doing and all. And it just knocked me out of the trade that day. But it's been quite nice the next 3 days. And why would I do that? Well, it was a lifetime high too, so there was no chart resistance. Didn't have to worry about that. So maybe I'll try that right now with the AI to see if I can get something to improve something. So what I'm looking for, I'm just going to take one of my bouncers toppers. I don't think. Well, it's a multi-strategy window. It looks like I can collaborate that, but I think I'll just take one at a time. Oh well, anyway, this exercise is just to see. All right, I'm just going to mute myself for a bit here, guy. Give me a moment, guys. It'll be interesting to see what. So what I did was I said, okay, how would you improve? This was a bounce strategy. Okay, I can't take a view on whether a strategy. I thought I could have this thing read out to you guys, but I'm sure I can. I just must have messed up. So what are you working? RSI 78 is high but not extreme. If you want to catch only the sharpest reversals, push it to 85 or higher. If 78, too much noise, that's your first knob. Okay, 5 consecutive is modest. That's only 25 minutes of buying. Maybe multi to 8. The VWAP filter is set very loose. No alert code is documented. Oh, well, I must have missed it because the time of day overbought. That's pretty cool. So this is what I did. Okay, I said, okay, let's take one of the potential toppers. I collaborated. You have to, unfortunately, you can't use the cloud link. You have to go collaborate. And then I posted the collaboration link in here. And then I said, how would you improve on this? I'm going to have to try this. Okay. That's pretty cool. In fact, what I'll do is after hours, I'll take maybe the trend reversal and I'll say, okay, how could I improve on this? DAIC halted up. Okay. And on volume. And I'm surprised I'm not seeing it here. Why? Probably. Yeah, I know why. It's not our new high of the day. That's why. But yeah, this is, and it's not here either. Interesting. All right, where could it open? So this is DAIC halt. Ooh, that's not good. That's not what you want to see if you're in this one, guys. 541 is the halt price. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. If it remains here, you don't want to see that number. It's halted at 541. You don't want to see a 459 here. That's a little strange. That will be a little bit strange if that remains. Okay, guys, 113. So I'll go over my homepage one last time. And listen, I would encourage you guys, anybody with if you've taken any of my scans, just do that. Just take the AI assistant and ask, how would you improve on it? Any ideas to improve on the scan? Try it. Why not? And then once it does it, it says, okay, and then say, okay, apply those changes to a new scan. I think we're really starting to see the power of the AI assistant if we can do stuff like that. In fact, I'm going to do it again for that bouncers toppers. Okay, what happened there? Just give me a moment. Oh, I know. Okay. Okay, guys. So here is my homepage. And as always, at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. And the TI assistant or the AI assistant is part of the standard service. So just to let you know, though, we do have two promos on 28%. You get 28% off the first month only of a premium service or the entire year of the premium service. Okay. That 28% only good for the premium service. Otherwise, you can get 15% off first month only of the standard plan or the entire year. Okay. And as always, all I ask, please use my code. If you use my code, the company tracks the use of the codes. And if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the both rooms free that I moderate. I'm moderating the YouTube room and then the main room, trading room right here. It's free also. This room is also open at 7 in the morning. So if you want a room to come into during the pre-market and interact with other traders, this is the room. You can come into here. YouTube is not open till about 9. So I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. And then most of the time this room is still open till about 3. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, but William has been keeping this room open, as he calls it, 3ish. Okay? So this room is open a lot longer than YouTube. You keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, because if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, this is what I would do. Go to the more info or click on more info. So this is mandatory. Taking out a subscription right now, mandatory you do this. 12 short videos, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about, would this be good for me to have? Start off with the second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about what we're capable of, and that should help to make up your mind. I would do that before you take out a monthly subscription to try us. I mean, you should have some idea about what you're getting into. So take a look at these videos. They're very short. And then you can always just take out a monthly subscription. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So this race you can see, this is a volatile race right here, this biggest gainers, the upside versus downside movers. This race, I don't have it up and running, but you can certainly take a look at it. This is the daily trend reversals. If you load it right now from my homepage, it'll be a little bit different. Okay, I'm not sure if this is the only thing I did, but I dropped the minimum price from 2 to 1. I also dropped the count from the time of day from 10 to 5. In other words, I now will see an alert at, you can tell right here. Earliest alert is 9:35. Okay, before it would have been 9:40. Now you don't have to do the same thing. But I use in the pre-market axis up and down. Pulse resumes is over here, and I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing, not up and running, but you never know. I mean, maybe a couple of weeks from now, I might bring back one, get rid of something and bring back one. Sometimes the scans just kind of run out of steam. Ah, well, I don't mind a shameless plug. There you go. There's the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan at trade-ideas.com. Okay. Thank you, John. I think that's his email. Or you can just go to the general email, info. Well, that'll probably get right to Dan. Or you could say, attention, Dan Merkham, to the general email. But thank you. I do appreciate that. Whoops. So I see the DAIC open and it did not collapse. Okay. It did not. I don't know what it opened at. So 501, but it got halted at 541. So it opened lower. Now the problem could be though getting through the VWAP. Yeah, I didn't take it. I didn't move in 61. I did not take it. I thought there might be too much resistance. Now look, you would have taken some profit probably along the way. As you get this little orange area right here, a little bit of profit taking right there, but then you stay in the trade and yeah, right sector. I mean, it's all about being in the right sector, isn't it? And Bitcoin is still over 80,000, 80.7 thousand now. Yeah, so from that original alert, 1407, yeah, 1670. Where some of the other, crypto players did not do that. But this was a big one. Obviously, this is MSTR, so a big one, obviously. I'm going to try this again. Okay, I'm going to collaborate the potential toppers. I'm going to go in here to the AI assistant. Okay, I'm going to paste it in. Nah, just a minute. Collaborate. All right, I've just put a link in for the potential toppers. I'm looking for stocks maybe to short. Can you maybe improve on that? Add a bearish alert. I don't know why it's not finding it. It says it doesn't have an alert, but bearish alert. Pair the overbought RSI with standard deviation breakdown to catch the reversals off extremes. Tighten the RSI threshold. Make it up to 85 instead of I think it's 78. Okay, say which of these fit your style, and I'll rebuild it. They all fit my style, so why don't you rebuild it with those new suggestions? So how cool is that, guys? Seriously, how cool is this? They took my potential toppers whoops. They took my potential toppers that I have here. Okay, this is the potential strategy, potential toppers. Okay, and I asked the AI to improve on it. And so now they have definitely a different alert. But how cool is that? So if you got a scan, because we get this all the time, the scan I got, it doesn't seem to be working as well as I want. Any idea how to improve it? Try it. Just try it. You saw what I did. Now I talked in. I have a mic, of course, so I could talk in. But you could just type in that very question. What you have to start. You have to collaborate. You cannot do a cloud link. You have to do a collaboration link. I I don't know why right now, but anyway, that's a collaboration link. Okay. And then afterwards, so there's the collaboration link. And to do the collaboration link, I'll just, now again, this is a multi-strategy window. So, but here it is, potential toppers. So you hit collaborate. Okay. Collaborate and then okay. And then you just paste it in, control V it in. And then this is what I said. All right. I just put a link in for potential toppers. I'm looking for stocks maybe to short. Can you maybe improve on that? That's all I said. Gave me some ideas. And then asked me, do you want me to incorporate all of the ideas or just some of them? And I said, yeah, give them all to me. And here it is. So you could take any one of your scans and do the same thing. If you think you can want to improve on it. Now let's see let's see if this is an improvement. And the nice thing, of course, it builds it for you, and you just take it out. Okay, you just take it out of here. You saw what I did. I just basically just grabbed it and took it out. Yeah, I don't know how serious that's going to be, William, in terms like the seriousness of what you're talking about, but yes. Saw that yesterday. So let's take a look. Potential toppers, SRPT. Okay. I just got to get the time. Very high relative volume during the last 54 seconds. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you can see. Now, okay, there's the time. Okay, 12:59. So you can see this is the last. This would have been so. What was 12:59? Right. So right there. So you could have taken the trade right there at around 21:33, and okay, it's a winner, guys. How much should I charge for this scan? Because what's happening that was the last alert coming through the scan. Okay, so that's why I was looking here thinking, okay, but no, it's at 12:59. So what happened at 12:59? Well, it got up to 21:37, and before it pulled back, I got higher again, got down to 2084. It's not bad. 2125 to 2084. It's not bad. I'll take that every single day. Well, let's see if we get another one. Does anybody want me to show you how to do that again? Not necessarily with my scan, but with anything you've got to show you the general concept of it. I mean, I'll basically take all my scans and do it. Okay, let's take Monica. Okay, let's take the trend reversals. Okay, and I'll just hover over up big yesterday, but down big today. Okay, and so okay, it's a little more confusing because it's a multi-strategy window, but you hopefully you understand the gist of it. So if I right click on it, hover over strategies. So here are the two strategies. Okay, these are just two separate alert windows. So I'm going to hover over. I'm just hovering, as in highlighting it, and this box pops up. Okay, and then I click on collaborate. Okay, you have to click on collaborate and then say, I guess, copy all. Okay, so I've copied the link. Now I'm going to open the AI assistant. Now, I'll talk into it, but you can just type into it. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that collaboration link by Control V. Oops, I got to get into here now. Okay, so there's the link. There's the collaboration link. Now I'm going to do this with the mic. Okay, I just pasted a collaboration link in, and could you give me some suggestions on how to improve it? And now I'm going to click the little right arrow. Thinking. So I need to decode this configuration first. I'm running into an issue with the format. I don't know why it's saying that, but at any rate, here's what I can see from the visible filters. That's the reversal setup. Stocks that rocketed yesterday but are now rolling over hard. Classic fading pattern. To give you concrete improvements, I need one thing. Open the window in Trade Ideas. Look at the top of your configuration. Tell me which alert codes are active. I wonder why I can't see them. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to say new high of the day. What alerts show up? Because that's what it is. Okay, that's what it is. I'm looking for reversal plays. Okay, so I'm going to say new high of the day. I'm not sure why it's not picking that up. And I'm not sure why it's not. This is a problem when you do something live and you haven't tested it before. But the other one worked. That'd be something I'm not doing right. I don't know why it's not picking up the fact that I'm looking for a new high of the day. I think. Let me try it again, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to actually break it out. Okay, open the alert window. Okay, open the alert window. Maybe because I definitely have new low. Sorry, well that was a new low of the day. Okay, so I'm doing the other one. I'm doing the other one. I'm wanting stocks that were up yesterday and now down today. So that's the alert. Okay, right click, collaborate, copy all, AI assistant. Okay, maybe I'll start here first. Can you improve on that scan? Here we go. I'd be happy to sharpen it a few directions. Tighter reversal setup, require the stock to actually be above yesterday's high at some point intraday before rolling over, etc., etc. Add the RSI confirmation. Which of these resonate, or should I build a version that combines a few? Name the changes and I'll rewrite it. I'll say use them all for the new scan. Oops. This is the problem. It's not somehow when I'm typing this in, I must be doing something wrong here. It worked the first time when I did it in the other one. I don't know why it's not. Oh, I see. Actually, okay. Sorry, I was typing it in this box here, and that doesn't make sense. It was asking, was this good or bad? So here it is. Okay. Now tightened. Look at this. No alerts. No alerts. So maybe that's just too tight. Okay. There are no alerts because what I should see is the last alert that would have happened, or there are just no alerts. But you see what I did? So you can take your own scan and but obviously these filters that was suggested are tightening up so much that I'm not getting any alerts. This is like an AI, like our AI. That's kind of what the AI does. When it goes through the sort of the permutations and combinations of taking all the filters, and then now I understand why they're calling it sort of the new Holly, because you can then take yours and almost apply the AI logic to it. Yeah, Mike, you're right. In our YouTube room, yes, and that's what can happen. That's what can happen um, when you create a scan sometimes, and with the AI, some of the alerts, like an AI strategy, may get optimized, and it might be presented for today, but you may not get any alerts from it because no stocks are meeting the filter requirements. You see, this is the one I had. It says up at least 10% yesterday. My scan had it up 5% yesterday. So let's take it and so let's see what happens if I get it back to the 5, okay? No, still nothing. I'm not looking for a new scan, but what it should do, if there was any, well, you know what, let's do a history. Yeah, so that's too tight. You can see that's just too tight because you're not getting, I did or just ran a history on it and there's nothing. Now this is a real-time alert that I've never used. Percent down for the day. At any rate, what I'm going to do is I will take some of my scans and I'm just going to, run through that procedure and just see what happens. Especially a scan in which you're getting a lot of alerts. Yes, you cannot handle scans with custom formulas. Okay, so if you have a custom formula, which I did not have in this, but if you have a custom formula, it will not be able to look at your custom formula. Okay. Well, let's see now. I mean, Sarepta. I mean, this may still give us some kind of a topping. It was beautiful from here, no question. It was really nice from here. So what I'm going to do, I better save this. I'm going to give it another name though. Okay, potential toppers AI. So now I know it came from the AI assistant. What do you think of all that, Pepe? And you didn't have to say that. I mean, I think this is probably one of the biggest leaps in the program that we've had. Not just the improvement. The improvement is a for me anyway. It's going to be a very interesting exercise. But the original idea was, okay, build me a scan. Here's my price range. Here's my minimum volume. Here's my relative volume. Here's this. You just give it all the things to do. Can you do that for me? Yes, I can, and it creates the scan for you. So, Mike, when you say begs the question, can AI spit out a design formula? Don't know what you mean by that exactly. Like a design formula? I mean, that's kind of what it was. I mean, you start off with your scan. I mean, you have to have an idea about what you're looking for, and then it can come up with something, and then you can keep refining it. That's got to be the number one. Well, not the number one, but one of the often asked questions. I got this scan, but I just don't like. It's giving me alerts, but it's not giving me exactly what I'm looking for. Can you help? It makes you obsolete. So, bird is the word. Yes, bird, bird, bird is the word. Bird is the word right now. So, I mean, you could actually start saying things like, build me an optimized scan and this is what I'm looking for. So, sort of bypassing creating sort of a generic scan, and then saying, okay, can you optimize it? Maybe you could just start out right from the beginning. Can you optimize a scan? This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for potential toppers, stocks that may have, been overbought. But don't make it so tight that And I'd like to get. I mean, I don't know how specific you can get, but try not to make it so tight. I need to maybe get 5 to 10 alerts a day. I mean, that might be asking too much to start, but why not? So, Kishore, all you have to do is take the scan. Okay. So imagine this was your scan. Take the scan, right click, and then click on Save or Share to Cloud, and then click on Save and Share. And then I think you might say, okay. I don't even know if that's because when you do that, uh, then you might say, okay. I don't even know if you have to do that. But once you've done that, then paste it in. Just Control V, go into the box here, and then Control V. Okay. And that is that scan. That's the halt resume scan. Okay. So again, just start off, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. Once that's done, then you just Control V, paste it in. Okay, I just ran a history. Oh, got a few alerts here. I just ran a history, okay, of the potential toppers developed by the AI. So now let's take a look. Now it started right at 9:30. I would probably add, I don't necessarily want to see anything before 9:35, but let's see what would have happened. I mean, I doubt very much that these things are going to look that great on the first minute, but maybe UPA it popped up to the alert was at 114, and it got back down to yeah. I mean, I'd probably want to have a different price range too. Here's BlackBerry, so we would have got the alert right here, and then it came back down to yeah. I'd probably want to delay it. Too much noise in the first, even 10 minutes using this. Per, I don't think would have worked. I think per ran. Yeah, in this case, per. See, I looked at this and thought, well, maybe it's overbought, but no, not in this case. Now, are they all going to work? Of course not. I mean, that would be if they all work. Well, we wouldn't. I wouldn't be here. Believe me. Oh, the last one now is Bird. 281. Well, let's see. Again, it's like anything else. So you'd be clicking on it and saying, "Okay, I see what it's looking at. It looks like it's getting a little too extended." I don't think I can. I actually there are shares I can. I can short this. Sorry, I can short this. William, you call it like it is. All right, let's take a look at what Keyshore came up with. Now, I don't want to run the risk of having too many things open, of course, but so you've got the USDE. I see. Well, there's your volume spike right there. Okay. I'm just going to save it. See, now I need my other monitor. But no, I'm kind of kidding. Let's see how smart it is, if it can remember something. I asked you to optimize. I had something called the potential toppers, and you optimize it. I wonder if you could just flip it to give me the potential bottom plays that might bounce. Ah, see, it doesn't have a record. I would have had to keep this chat open. I think there's a way to, if I had referred to it, maybe I had to call another name. But no problem. There you go. Just pasted it in. Now it's going to give me to the potential bouncers. Okay, but why is it not giving me the scan? There we go. So basically I said, okay, give me the reverse of this. Okay. These are potential toppers. Now I want potential boppers, potential bottom plays, bouncers. And that's why it says flip. So I would just give it another name. And you can see there weren't any. There were none today. Oh, there were some today. I wonder why I didn't see the last one then. Did Wendy bounce? I wonder if it showed up right here. No, it would have been right about. Would have been about right here. It was looking for a bounce. So from 782, it got up to not a huge bounce. Anyway, experiment, guys. Just experiment with it. In my opinion, this is better than the odds maker. The odds maker is a. Well, then of course you could take the odds maker and back test it. Well, Bird is definitely, it keeps giving this signal. Eventually, it's trying to say, look, eventually this is going to fade, but all right, guys. Well, it's 1:55. Are there any questions? Monica, that's not a question. That is an observation. This looks, your 1 minute volume spike looks a lot like what happens in here, Kishore. What have you got here anyway for configuration? And you refined it, and you're still getting some alerts. 3 and 30 million shares up at least. Oh, I see why you wanted. Now, did you add the custom formula? Did you create the custom formula? Because if you did, you can see that it didn't. You can't copy it and give it to us. What did you use? Because it's easy enough to add it, but what did you use? What time period? 1 minute? Okay, and what was the minimum volume? 25K. Okay, so that's easy enough to. But without it, let's see what's happening. Isn't this wheat? Yeah, I read that wheat is taking a is moving higher based on what's happening over in over there. I think I saved it, but I'll save it again. I just cannot have too many open at the same time. Well, you can see that Bird would have worked. Bird definitely would have worked. Just had to wait for it to get over a little over 3. That would have worked great, even if you waited for the 3 break and it gets down to 265. That would have worked. And it's interesting because it did not show up in the scan here. So they're using a different they're using the high relative volume as your alert. Interesting, not the. This would have been a short play, a potential topper coming from this, and you can see. I mean, you got the last alert for it was a 297. So, I mean, if you had taken it at 297, it would have worked, but I would have probably waited just to see. And got over 3, and then on the break a 3 again. Take the short, and there were shorts available. Yeah, 258,000 available. Interactive brokers. Pretty cool. I've never used this as an alert, like high relative volume as an alert. But that was the suggestion, as opposed to just a new high of the day. So 10B did work, okay, but did it work? Only William can tell me. Did it get stopped out? Not that. I mean, I don't think it triggered, or did it trigger the first day and then it got down to the close to the stop price? But it's certainly started working now. Okay, guys. Oh, okay. How long is it? How much lag? Okay, Nash is asking a question. How much lag is there between watching a TI scanner on YouTube versus using the actual software? Well, YouTube puts an intentional 7 to 8 second delay. It's not us doing it. So if you want no delay whatsoever, come into the main room. Okay, Nash. There is another trading room, and it's way more active, and there's no delay. To get into that room is right here. It's free. It's also free. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit and trading room, okay? It's free. So if you want no delay whatsoever, then you can come into this room, okay? So guys, really the sky's the limit, okay? Take your scans, something you think might work, and get the AI assistant to optimize it for you. I mean, that's and see, then you check on the types of alerts you're getting. Um, you might say, you know what? I'm not getting enough alerts. I like the optimization that you've done, but can maybe lighten it up a little bit so I can get a few more alerts. I don't know. I mean, you can try that if that's happening. And here I thought I was kidding. I asked Steve the question. Because he was talking about the AI assistant, and just before he left, I said, "Well, Steve, can the AI assistant, can it make suggestions on how to improve a scan?" I thought I was just being a bit of a wise, what, and he said, "Yes." No, it's good. 33.46, 38.04 on, I mean, that's good. Good little bit of profit there. Okay, guys, it's 2:04. So if there are no more questions, I'll probably take off. Thanks for all the help, guys. It was a fun day. I had a lot of fun in the room today. A lot of good questions. New discovery using the AI assistant. So if there are no more, so Nash, did you see what I posted there? Because I unfortunately I have to shut down YouTube. This room will still be open. Well, the room will be open, and my layout will still be displayed. I will put my just give me a moment. I'll put my announcement up. I have left for the day. My layout. Now you'll probably see me poking around though, because I'm intrigued by this. The AI assistant now. My layout will be displayed until 3 p.m. Maybe longer, depends on William, but at least to 3 p.m. Okay. And what I'm going to do, I'll put it on surf mode. Oh, okay. So you know what to do. Okay. So it's just creating the account. Okay. How do you cut down on alert? Are you talking about the one that Kishore gave you, or just in general? How do you cut down on alerts? Well, that would be you talking about the repetitive nature of the reserve of the alerts, or the actual number of different alerts? Okay. Well, I mean, the best. Well, you can ask you can ask the AI assistant that very question. Here's the 1 minute volume spike. Okay. Where did it here? So here it is. So if you took this and you did the collaboration and then pasted it in the AI assistant and said, you know what, I'm getting too many alerts. Can you suggest some filters, or changing the filter values to cut down on the number of alerts? Now, the problem with a statement like that is, you're cutting down to a certain number of alerts may be different from somebody else. Okay, so but that's what you could do. I mean, now if I just looked at this, I'd probably want to have maybe a relative volume, put a relative volume in here. Let me just see what sort of alerts we're getting. RPD. Stop the surfing. Just give me a moment. Stop. Stop the surfing. Okay, let's see. Take a look at the relative volume from RPD. So you got a relative volume of 1.63. Nothing. Okay, it's that's not. Yeah, it's a little bit more than normal. So I would look at the relative volume column, and maybe put at least 4. Okay, just to see. Now, but remember the question was, do you want to see the same alert over and over again, or is it just the number of different alerts, like the different symbols? In other words, do you mind seeing the symbol over and over? Because you can control that. So no over again. So I have to phrase my questions better. If you don't want to see the symbol over and over again, you can do something like this. Right click and go to the properties and don't repeat. Okay. And then this is just a drop down menu. Click on it. Then you have some options, 1 minute, 5 minutes, and that, for this one over here, I've got for a day. I just want to see the first time. But you might say, okay, don't show me every single time it makes a new alert. But if it makes a new alert every minute, or get an alert every minute, if the filters are okay, or 5 minutes. So is that what you're looking for? Okay, well, there you go. So that's easy. That's easy then. Yeah, you just have to pick your time frame. So you can see the WNW, like 209.59, 209.59, 209.59. Okay. So you could say, okay, don't show me every single minute, but every minute. So if you get the alert at 2:10:06 and then everything is satisfied, a minute later you'll get an alert. Yeah, I mean this is from Kishore, right? And the custom now that custom formula probably would prevent some stocks coming in, because it needs to have at least 25,000 shares in the last within the minute. But yeah, I can give you this. But again, this is from Kishore. Credit where credit is due. Share it. Okay, so there it is. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me now. I will, again, I'll reiterate, thanks for all the help all day long. Love the questions. Keeps me interested in staying in the room. And the room tomorrow will open at around 7 o'clock in the morning. William will open at around 7 o'clock in the morning. And my screen will still be displayed as it says until 3 o'clock at least. I'll put it on surf mode and I'll mute myself now and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15.